Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio. I am Ben Crow and I am ever so slightly insane, but that's why we're here. Okay, so this is a live stream and it is not the normal live stream. We are coming to you midweek, just for fun. We're coming to you with not even a guitar build. I have got a show this weekend at the new Bingley Hall in Birmingham. And we're going there with a couple of workbenches. We're going there predominantly to promote the Crimson Guitars Lutherie School. And we're going to have people doing a little bit of fretwork for fun and a little bit of basic neck carving on the stand. But we also are always inundated by people who want to see some of the guitars that I've built on the YouTube channel over the years. And we've got them. In fact, I had them at the Maker Central show this weekend, which is, if you can see a little bit of sweat on my brow, I've just been resetting up most of my cameras after after taking them to that show to do a live stream build. And the guitars that we took, the Complication in particular, are all a little bit dusty and a little bit in need of love and care. And the last thing you want to do is go to a guitar show, say, hey, I'm a guitar builder, and then show them things that don't look like they've been particularly well looked after. Now, most of the issue is that they're hanging on the wall in the main office at headquarters, and it's been very, very dusty there over the last month or two, and that's it. But there's going to need to be some fret polishing, there's going to need to be some string changing and fretboard oiling and all of that sort of stuff. And I figured, you know what, instead of me sitting in my workshop and doing that over a couple of days alone, we might as well add a little bit of stress to the situation and bring you guys along for the ride. Now, initially, this is a standard live stream, except for the fact that we are missing camera 4, which is the overhead one. The small rig thing that I use has decided to stop working quite so well, and I need to rebuild this overhead slide thing. So when we get a black screen, it's because I've hit the wrong button. Also in the background we have the two puppies, one of whom is overly excited and currently chewing anything he can get his hands on. That most recent noise was the top of a spray can. The lid of a spray can, at the very least. And in the background I've got Tanya.
Hello!
So Mrs. Bunn is in the house for now. It's going to be a little bit less back and forth, and at times, Tanya, you're going to have to shoot off and do stuff. We've also got, finally, after we bought this house 2 or 3 years ago, and the kitchen has always been an absolute nightmare. And then just as we were getting ready to tackle that, the COVID happens. So years and years down the line, we finally got our local, very friendly, very good-looking pair of builders. I think they might be watching, working on the kitchen upstairs. So if you hear saws and things going, that's also happening. But yeah, it's all fun and games. Now, same rules apply. Super chats, I will 100% answer. We will get to them. But other chat, as it happens, Tanya will talk to me and we'll see what happens. But in general, I'm going to be relatively quiet and just drop stuff, and we're just going to crack on. So how are you guys? Let me know. We've missed, due to Maker Central, the Luthier's Question Time live stream on Sunday evening. Maker Central, I've got some new toys. Look at that. Ha ha ha. This is going to be fun. And also there was not on Monday a standard live stream because I was in transit. In fact, on my way back, I had to drop April at Heathrow, and on my way back I stopped at Guildford. No reason particular. I mean, you know, Guildford's got nothing really going on. Small guitar shop to talk to, but, you know, little things. Anyway. Hi.
Put something in your eye doing that.
I actually put something in my eye before doing that. I don't know what's going on. I thought that I had the system all set up and it was absolutely fine, and then one tiny little adjustment of the overhead camera and it all just fell apart, and the last 10 minutes was a bit panicky. Anyway, talk to me. How many people do we have, and who are they?
We're at 98. First of all, it's like Spike's Frugal Fixer Shop says wife is still sick. Prayers, please, folks. So I don't know what. Did you know what was wrong there?
I don't know exactly what's wrong, but she's not well, and.
I'm sorry. Very sorry to hear that, and hope she gets better very, very soon.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, we have a super chat from Mark Jennings.
Ah, Mark, hi. I haven't replied to your message because I wasn't entirely sure if I knew the answer at that point. But so Mark came up to. Hold on, read his message out.
Well, it says wearing my Life on the Edge tee from Maker Central.
And I'm living life on the edge. I had, after I did my live build, which was done within a day, by the way. It took 4.5 hours instead of the 3 I said, but we took a standard kit, an unkit kit, and I built the thing, and it was given away to somebody. But while I was in the middle of that build, Mark Jennings, who really likes interrupting things, came along and gave me some coffee. And this is from a company called Recent Beans, who they roast and then basically ship it out that day. So this was roasted on the 23rd of April, and we're now a week or so later. And it's going to be particularly fresh and particularly nice. And I'm also buying a Lee Nielsen scrub plane from Mark for fun and experimentation. We're going to do a video at some point seeing whether a purpose-built scrub plane like this is better than or as good as a modified standing number 4 or 3 or something along those lines, where you just open up the mouth and then raise the blade. Now, Mark had sent me a message that I saw this morning saying, "Hey, did you remember to bring the beans and the plane home?" And I was like, I don't know, because somebody else packed up my bench after the build. But it's all here, and I'm excited. So. Yes, there we go. Pippin will calm down eventually. And yeah, thank you for buying the t-shirts at Crimson. So this morning I phoned Talitha and I said, Talitha, we've got a guitar building show this weekend. I know it's Wednesday, but can you get me some cool new t-shirts with my sort of triple moon logo on them? And I think we might actually have it. Okay.
Okay, some more super chats. The big unit.
Big unit.
Hey Ben.
How you doing?
Are the inlay dots on a Crimson kit neck actual MOP or plastic? I would like to drill them out if possible.
Honestly, I don't actually know. If we say they're mother of pearl on the site, then they are actual mother of pearl for sure. I don't like plastic very much, but we do have the plastic stuff that we do sometimes use, so it depends on the price point. Now I have a kit here that doesn't have side dots in it because I specified that I didn't want them, so yeah, I can't tell you. Drop them an email and Sam at Crimson Guitars will let you know. So send it through to shop@crimsonguitars.com, or better yet, actually just give them a call. Emails are always problematic, and we always seem to have more emails than we have staff. I think it's because you reply to an email and then everybody else replies and suddenly you've got more than you started with. But anyway, it's all fun and games. I can't tell you how nervous it makes me having a black screen there where camera 4 is supposed to be.
Oh, okay.
It's intensely off-putting.
Okay, here we go. Another super chat from Mark Jennings. I didn't interrupt. You hadn't started. Meh.
Okay, well then you interrupted the setup. Meh. I suppose, yeah. So what happened there was I had thought that I was going to be building. We'd had many conversations, and I thought I was going on at about 12 o'clock, and we'll be building sort of at that period. It turns out that I was supposed to be going on at 10. and going up until 12, which didn't really happen. Wait, don't eat rubber bands. That's life lesson number 43 for you guys as well.
Oh, oh, that's me you're biting.
Okay, so this is the joy of having puppies
It's going to be
in the
chaos
house.
today.
It is going to be chaos, but that's fine. But anyway, yeah, thank you, Mark. I really do appreciate you coming to the show in the first place. It's a pity you couldn't stick around for that long, actually. Anyway, I've got a bunch of guitars in the back here. I don't know what we've got. I'm just going to grab a case.
Thanks. She's taken over the show.
She's going behind the thing.
Come on. Go to bed. Go to bed. Come on, go to bed.
So yeah, this is going to be interesting. Gold leaf and bog oak. This is actually just a bit dusty, but we'll have a nice look at the guitar, and I think that's all we'll have to do, to be honest.
Calm down.
I think what I'm going to do, Tony, could you take this?
Oh,
Okay, let's go.
careful.
On there, you're off camera there. And then when I'll pass this guitar to you, then you just pass another one to me randomly out of one of those cases.
Okay, hold on. Let's make sure they don't get drops. It's not that would not be good if I drop a guitar on camera.
I mean, it depends on which guitars. Some of them.
No. They'll never forgive me. Baby, what have you found?
It's all fun and games.
Come here.
Okay, so this is a build. This is a build that I did quite some time ago, and the guitar sucked up a load of lacquer. I think about 2.5 kilograms of lacquer as it was sprayed on, but has yet sunk a bit. Now, back then we were using a lower solid 2-pack, I think it was a poly, that didn't really cure as much as I would have liked, and I've got some problems as a result of that. Now, what I really want to do is completely refinish this guitar.
This is not going to work.
No,
You've got too much rubbish on your floor.
there's no such thing.
I'm going to go put them in up at the house for a little bit, see if they'll settle. Come on, babes.
Good luck. Has one of them picked up my little fluffy thing? Nope.
No, I picked it up because that's the perfect exact tone of thing they like to eat. Come on.
That lens is dusty, so I'm going to leave you looking at this guitar for a minute.
Babes.
While I dust this lens. And at this stage, we can crack on. So yeah, there are a lot of issues with this finish, where over the last year, the lacquer is cured and it has sunk in. Now, actually at a distance it doesn't look too bad. There you go, if you look under the volume knob there, you can see what I mean. And the reason for this is twofold. One, we were using a relatively soft lacquer, still automotive and all that, but relatively soft. But two, this piece of bog oak, which was actually sent to me by a fan, was intensely cracked and creviced, and it was just a problem. So yeah, there we go. What do you think? What do you think I should do?
Is your mic okay?
Test 1, 2. Yeah. Is this a little bit quieter? Oh, no. It is starting to run out of batteries. The whole audio on the whole thing is running a little bit low at the moment, but you are right, my microphone is running out of battery, so I'm just going to change that quickly.
There we go, super chat from Jedi Master Squidrel. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Bunn. May the 4th be with you.
Oh, is it really?
Oh, the kids will be happy.
Oh, I have completely not read on that. I feel like my geek card needs to be revoked. It's been a very, very busy few days, isn't it? Okay. There we go. I'm going to go around the back and just boost up the master volume a tad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2. Testing. I think that should do.
Okay. Johan von Loopy says, my order arrived complete and with speed. Thank you for that, and ever grateful for the discount code. John from the weekend sorting out your new studio.
Hey John, fantastic. Yes, no, thank you very much for the help. And yeah, it's one of those things that people thought we sort of called for volunteers, and then when volunteers appeared, we sorted them out, which was good. I'm actually also watching. Some of you are in GGBO, which is cool to see. Although at this point, I haven't seen as many GGBO entries as I would like. Okay, what I'm going to do with this guitar is not very much, to be honest. It just, because I want to completely strip it down and rebuff and repolish, I'm going to leave the frets for that. I'm just going to clean this one down a little bit, dust her off a little bit, and then we'll move on to the next one. And I do have the complication to do today, so there is that to look forward to. Let us treat this video a little bit like the standard Q&A series. Let me know. Just shoot me with questions. I'm just looking for paintbrushes. I've made the mistake of giving Jasmine most of ours.
Pauline's is saying, oh, that's far too much work. You should give it to me to sort out and house and stuff.
I get you. Okay.
Big Unit saying, I'm entering in GGBO, but I have nothing to declare yet. You've got time.
Yes, there is time.
I don't think Ben's got anything to declare yet either, really.
Not the foggiest.
It will come to you.
There's... yeah. I've had ideas and then immediately they get discounted. But hey, it is what it is. Alright, I know what I'm going to do.
Spike's Frugal Fixer Shop came back and said his wife's got severe gastroparesis. So her stomach's not digesting that. That sounds like something terrible to go through, and I'm very sorry. I really hope she gets better soon.
Yeah. Okay. Right, I found some paintbrushes. So this is
Common's asking if you've been a good boy.
me. Good boy.
What? In terms of his normal behaviour, or in terms of most people's behaviour? What are we judging this
Well,
on?
this is the thing. I don't know. So I went to Anderton's Music on the way back from the guitar show, the Maker Central show, and I was having a lovely chat with Paul's. Paul and Paul are the very, very interesting and geeky individuals who run the guitar gallery section in the back where the high-end guitars are. And almost without even realising it, I bought a second-hand sort of 1990s PRS Custom 24. But and while this was naughty, I bought it to repair and restore and then raffle off for you guys. So I think I should get a... Do you think I get a pass on that one? In fact, you're also my excuse. I bought a bunch of miniature Veritas tools, the router plane and the little scraper thing, and I bought those so that I could do a video on them. No, I've been a very, very good boy. Silence. Okay, here we go. So, Crimson Fretboard and Finish Cleaner. This is the stuff. It's very, very delicate, and I'm just using that just to get a little bit of, not quite tarnish, but stuff off these pickups. Sadly, this guitar doesn't get used anywhere near as much as I would like. But, yeah.
Thing is, it's like when you've got guests coming, you clean your house, and then you know once they've left, the house is going to be in a state again. So,
Yeah.
You know, you're making these all nice, and they're going to need another going over after lots of people have had a look at them at the show.
I think you're not wrong. It's amazing, actually, the sheer amount of dust that is kicked up at a show as well. Okay, let's... In normal videos, I actually don't use the overhead camera very much, but now, for this particular thing, I really am missing it. Okay, so here's what the pickup is looking like. This is not petroleum based and has a pleasant smell. I think I do need to, look at that. I do think I do need to take the strings off a little bit. Okay, so here we go. Now this is something that was told to me by somebody in the comments actually, who said when you want to take the strings off a Strat to work on the pickups, etc., use one of these things, the name of which I've just completely forgotten. My gosh. Tell me in the comments. And lock everything off, and then it comes apart and goes back together without too much of an issue. And you can even leave it under tension with a bolt-on guitar. Now, I'm not going to leave this one under tension. I'm going to release them, but I do want to keep the strings in their rough positions so that it can all just come together quite easily. Capo, it's a capo. I had to go and buy a capo.
You said that just as it popped up in the comments at the same time.
Phew. It's we're linked at the brain.
You've got one, you fool. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, because I might as well. I might as well lightly polish these frets since we are going to a show. Why not?
Question here from Black Wraith. I'm not sure. It might just clarify whether it's first guitar build or first guitar to buy. But it says, Ben, how much would you suggest spending on a first guitar?
Okay. That is a difficult question. You don't want to skimp out on material because softer material actually makes a build more difficult. I.e., if you use pine from a big box store, etc., as your body wood, it's actually quite difficult to get a pleasing guitar out of that. So yeah, you want to spend a proper amount on that sort of stuff. And also, many people don't want to, after time, keep and play their first instrument. So if you buy good hardware, you'll be tempted to strip that out and use that on something else. My first guitar, I still have it, has not had hardware on it since maybe a year after I built it. So cheaper hardware, and you might be tempted to keep it on the guitar. We're probably talking about 300 to 500 pounds, maybe, but it could be done a lot cheaper than that. Okay, now there's not much tension on this. I'm hoping it's not going to catastrophically rip itself off the front of the guitar.
Okay, he's come back and said to buy. My nephew wants to learn.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Again, are we talking acoustic or electric?
Yeah, good point. Honestly, seriously, modern cheap guitars are annoyingly good. Now, I would suggest anywhere from the £200 to £300 range is really good. But set aside an extra £100 to take it to a luthier to properly set it up and level, crown and polish the frets, because the fretwork will not have been done properly. It'll be the frets will have been hammered in, and that. So yeah, the shop itself might even offer that as a service.
Okay, Patrick Nesbo says, Ben, question. I patched a hole using glue and sawdust. Will the crimson finishing oil work well on these types of repairs?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. So here you can see how the finish is a little bit dented, and that's where the tailpiece went on basically within a few weeks of the instrument being put together. This is going to be easier. So we spent a bit of time taking the strings off, but it's giving me full access to the guitar, so we're going to be able to shine her up and a little bit, and it's an easier process. And then we use brushes and things in between. We've actually taken orders for this guitar. We've built 2 or 3 very, very close replicas of this instrument over time, which makes me very happy.
Question from Ape Song.
Yeah.
Did you know that the top of the line Gibson guitars are called the Crimson Series? Is that a new thing, or is that always been
that isn't something I've heard of. I've heard, well, I mean, obviously the colour gets used in, it's a Gibson so and so crimson, and that's to do with the colour of the guitar. In my mind, the top of the line Gibsons are the Gibson Custom Shop. Do you want to Google that, Tony?
You read the phone? Okay.
Or the chat will Google it and will let us know.
Hold on. Does seem to be a thing. I don't know if it's still going. There's a thing here. Gibson Crimson Shop closed.
Okay. Gibson Crimson Shop. I've never heard of that.
Don't know. Maybe it is just the what they call the red ones. I don't know. Oh no, that one's green. Oh. Have to do some further looking into that. What's the chat saying? Okay, Mikey Copeland's saying, is it possible to spray a transparent red lacquer over a natural ebony fretboard? I'd like the lighter parts to look like fireburst on the body.
Yes, I particularly like the feel of ebony as a fretboard, and don't particularly like the feel of a lacquered fretboard. But you could quite easily stain the ebony and then oil over as you normally would. So yeah, there are two ways to skin that particular feline.
There we go. According to Solid Guitar Fandom,
Cool name.
in 2006-2007 the custom shop was renamed as simply Gibson Custom.
Yeah.
In 2012 the Crimson division was opened. Oh, hold on, I'm trying to get the whole thing now. Where are you? I don't want cookies, go away.
I'm going to move this capo onto the. I'm going to move this capo onto the headstock, which is not what it's designed for. But if I've gone this far, I'm going to oil the fretboard. So
I can't find it. Where's it gone?
where's my tissue?
There we go.
There it
In
is.
2012, the Crimson division was opened for particularly ornate and artistic models. Crimson division models include the red COA booklet. So it's a
Okay.
relatively new thing.
And did you say it's closed now?
No, that was one website said that, but I can't see that on here. I don't know. Again, what's the chat saying? Paul Cook says Gibson Crimson is their top custom shop stuff, concept pieces, etc.
Sorry, what, etc.?
Concept pieces.
Should I sue them?
No.
I mean, that would be funny.
No, I think if they come for you, you just stand up for yourself. But I don't think you need to go looking.
Oh, they've
for
already come for me.
I know, but you don't need to go looking for a fight, do you? Okay.
Yeah. I think this is as much the brass frets as anything else. But our cleaner is particularly good stuff. And it's also good for you.
Tutankhamun says, tell Ben he missed a bit. Dave T says, Ben, when will you be finishing the fretless base you're building for me live online?
I have no memory of a fretless base. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, if I had been building a fretless base, I entirely might well have just been tempted to sort of gloss over and rewrite history and keep it for myself. In the not too distant. So I really do have a huge amount of stuff going on over the next couple of weeks. So there's obviously another guitar show, but later in that week I'm also then off to another meeting somewhere else that's going to take a couple of days. So yeah, it's a bit carnage. A bit of carnage. But maybe we'll do it midweek next week. Maybe Tuesday. But I don't know. There's not all that much to do on it, to be honest.
So another 3 live streams then?
Something like that, yeah.
Sorry.
No. You had to because
they will.
They're gonna do it.
It's
It's gonna start hitting in the next couple. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, so this fretboard is now looking great and polished, and that's just with the cleaner.
Okay, question from Spike's Frugal Fixer Shop. Doing an alcohol stain finish on my one-piece base. I am doing oil on top. When should I install the frets? Before or after the oil?
After oil. Sorry, before oil. I said nothing. No, you never want to have... Now, okay. This is a very, very old bottle of the restorative. It's great stuff. It lasts forever. I'm going to apply it with tissue.
While you're doing that,
essentially, if you put oil on the fretboard before you do the frets, but after you've got the fret slots done, then you will end up with oil in the fret slots, obviously, and that can expand the slots, and eventually that'll dry and cure, and they'll shrink down a little bit as well. If you end up needing to use glue inside those fret slots, you won't be able to, because it won't stick. So no, always leave the finishing of the fretboard until after the frets are on, and this is applied whether it's oil or lacquer. So this is the Crimson Guitars fretboard restorative, just to bring it back to life. One of the beautiful things about this stuff is, unlike standard, I don't even want to call lemon oil, but unlike standard lemon oil, it's not 90% petroleum stuff that will dissolve or off gas into the atmosphere within a couple of days, leaving your fretboard actually worse off than before. So there's that. Let that sit for a little bit. I do feel that at this point I probably should have just taken the strings off entirely and put new strings on, but we just don't play this guitar very much, even though it's one of my guitars. So heavy. And I think that would just be a waste of new strings. really, which is sad. But I don't like wasting things. Let me know what you guys think. I'm tempted to do more live streams like this, but with headphones in, and most, let's get this off. Most live streams are not as interactive as this, and obviously Tanya has just had to go off and do some stuff. I really like the idea of having the cameras going and talking to you people, but not necessarily having to talk the entire time. Now, I both like and hate the idea of that, because knowing you here and pretending I'm only filming a normal video is going to be weird. But what do you think of that? Because essentially I would be able to do more of those, and then the way it would work would be I would just have a live stream going for 3 or 4 hours. I'm doing a job, I'm filming another video, there's not very much talking, the headphones are in, and then say once every half hour or once an hour I go through and I answer all super chats and relevant questions and things, and then we have a 5-minute chat, and then I get back on with the video, and essentially you will be getting even more, but Talitha and Bear will have much easier edits because I'm not constantly answering random questions while filming, which is their current issue. Let me know if you're up for that. Oh no. All my strings are falling off anyway. Fail. Okay. There's actually 2 sets of holes here. I'm not entirely sure which I need to use. Yeah, I think that's it. The issue is when I initially built this, I put the tailpiece on and the whole thing moved a bit, so I've had to angle things and change bits and pieces. It wasn't ideal. I don't think that made the edit. I hope that didn't make the edit. absolutely. Not doing what I wanted to do.
Chaos. Where do we get to?
I've asked them what they think about me doing live streams without quite so much talking. Without me talking so much, and without you or
doing the chat. You
do
the chat so much.
Yeah. Well, it's as we've discussed. I think it could be good for you to come down every hour or so. Some builds, maybe one build a week will still be the standard one with constant chat and cool stuff. But I do film stuff like this regularly, and I think that it would be fairly cool. I'm just going to change the strings.
It's the practicalities of it at the moment, isn't it? With life and things going on and.
Sorry.
You're getting a call.
Yeah. Young man, you're on a live stream, by the way. No, it's fine. I thought ignore him or don't ignore him. How many people are watching, Tony?
206.
There's 206 people watching, so it's all fine.
Hello everyone. I need to give me a call to chat about the latest guitar. Just when you are ready, that'd be perfect.
Absolutely. Is it all good?
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Just wired up and ready for it to go out. So
Fantastic.
come back to you.
Okay, Sam actually did a lot of work on it. A lot of work. Sam wired it up afterwards. I think he wired it up and set it up, but that's the question. I'm going to be streaming till later today, probably late in the evening. But he should know more than me at this point. But I would love to have a chat and a debrief about the show in any case. Okay, man, good one. I'm preparing for this weekend's show right now, hence not taking a break. But it's all fun and games. Anyway, I will. We'll speak later. Yeah, time off. I don't believe in time off. Speak to you soon, man. Cheers. Bye. How's that for a live stream? So essentially. I don't have an overhead camera to show you this. Hold on, where are we? So Talitha's gone and sent me as Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that's not focusing on anything. Hold on, where are we?
That suits you actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, the brown hood, the monk look.
Okay, that camera is not great.
Okay, I'm going to do some super chats. Terry Love
Oh
says,
yes, please.
it's a shame a guitar that pretty hasn't been played and enjoyed more and spent so long gathering dust. It is a shame, isn't it?
I did have it at home, and I did play it for quite a long time at home, but it is very heavy, and while it plays great and sounds great, it's not my favourite instrument. So it's become one of these instruments that stays at Crimson and is something that people look at and say, "Oh, I remember when Ben built that," and it's part of the archive. Can you believe it? I watch the Paul Reed Smith channel when they do sort of the behind the scenes or the factory stuff and all that, and going into their archive, it's the same sort of thing. You've got these guitars that are incredible, that should be owned and loved and played, but to them it's just, hey, this is an example of this thing that I made. back then, and they're just on a shelf. And one, it's sad, but two, it's also a sign of some measure of success. So mixed feelings indeed. But yeah, I mean, if it does get picked up every now and then, and these strings they're not old. They're these were changed 6 months ago, I think. It's just had a hard 6 months, shall we say? Should we do a sort of a library system for Crimson guitars? I'm only joking.
Mark Jennings says, and Ben accuses me of interrupting him. Ha!
Did I interrupt him, did I?
No, your phone call, I think it's referring
Oh,
to
the phone call, yes. So, no, the real reason I answered that was because I built this guitar. Have we had the fuel delivery?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, good.
It was a bit useless. You forgot to put the lids back on the fuel tank. Good job I checked.
Very good job you checked. That was Mark, who is Triton's global brand manager, and I built the guitar with Triton on their stand, and they are organising the shipping and the sort of getting it to the person who's won and all of that. And I was really worried that there was something wrong with the guitar, which is why I answered it. In a normal day, I wouldn't answer a phone call on a stream, would I? I mean, I don't know.
Okay, back to Super Chat. Fukamai says, Ben, don't forget the bridge ground wire hole.
Damn it!
Sweet Tea Guitars on the Super Chat. Thanks so
Sweet
much
tea.
for the video unboxing. Awesome.
No, it's a pleasure. That's, I think at the moment, because I had a look at that, it looks like it is for members and things only at the moment, but it is going to be going live at some point, and no, it's a pleasure. Thank you. And yeah, I'm enjoying. I'm only a couple of videos into your GGBO thing, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you do. The wood is particularly impressive already, so bring it on. The body blank's looking good.
Okay, Sawdust Passion says, great to see you at Make Central, Ben. Keep up the good work.
I love it when people have to come up to me and say, talky, oh, by the way, I'm Sawdust Passion. Or you know, Hinky Dinky the 14th, or whatever, all of these fantastic names. I'm like, yeah, there we go, that's your real name. No, it was good to meet you, and yeah, Makers was, for the most part, Saturday was a bit iffy. I messed up on the whole fuel and food and all of that front. I had people handing me snacks left, right and centre because they were worried I was flagging, but actually it turned out that the issue was far too much coffee and far too much snacks and not enough of substance. It sort of knocked me out for a bit. But it was on the roof, was it?
Super Chat for Terry Love. If it's
Terry.
a bit heavy, do a Jasmine's guitar on it.
I'm not going to dignify that. This is far too pretty. Yeah, in this case I could potentially reduce some weight from the middle section, but the issue is honestly the resin and the sheer amount of finish that got sucked into the bog oak. It just is one of those things. So what are people saying about having more live streams?
Yeah, I'm just reading one here from Forest Pfeiffer. If there's no or little input from the chat and not much talking, is there any point in making it live? May as well just be a normal video,
Ow.
although I'm aware of the editing work needed.
I went over. It's me listening to you talk. No, so that's the thing. There will 100% be interaction with the chat, but not constantly. It would be, say, every half an hour I stop and say, okay, here's where we're at. And I'd still be talking in exactly the same way, saying, hey, I just broke a string because I'm an idiot. And explaining what I'm doing in the same way as you would get a video. So essentially what you would be doing is you would be getting previews of the videos that we're doing at Crimson, really. As they happen. And it's not every video. Certainly not every video. But yeah, stuff that I could conceivably do in a day would be worth doing.
Okay, Lucifer
Could be worth
Builds on the super chat.
Okay.
Hi Ben, how far from truss rod do you put carbon fibre rods?
I generally leave about 5mm, so yeah, roughly 1/4 of an inch or thereabouts. Any closer, and I don't think that would be worth doing. Yeah, any closer and you start, I would worry at least about a lack of strength. Further away is probably fine, but I like it to be roughly as close to the middle as I can get it. So. So the thing is, I've been
I think she wants to go out. Do you need to go out?
I currently put out an average of 4 to 6 videos a week. This is not a great tuner. And to be frank, I should probably only put out 1 video a week. Just from the interest of sanity, etc. So what is the G string? Right, so this is pretty good, to be honest. Where are we? 3's wrong, 2's wrong. Let's get 3 switched out. So I'm going to have to stretch that E string. You can actually see quite, well I can see at least, quite a lot of micro scratches here from where it's been played, and played quite hard over the period where I was playing it on an almost daily basis. I love the coffin shaped, or vaguely coffin shaped plate there. I think it's quite cool. But in general this guitar is pretty much there. It's used, it's loved. I'm just going to check the electronics while we're here. This might take a little bit of fitting about. I'm not sure who's plugged into where. Damn it. Ah, there you are. So I'm going to be moving my entire... I was meant to do that. I'm going to be moving my entire workshop around. And doing that relatively soon as well. Now, with regards to doing live streams with a little bit less actual interaction, I would have a laptop here as well, or a big screen next to me as well, where I could see the chat and I could answer. So it's not going to be a complete stopping of it, but an evolution. My lead went to Crimson, didn't I? Not Crimson, the show. Okay. Oh, look at that. I have a cable. That's good. So Marshall Levine's come in with a super chat. She says, I need live streaming with super chats. My degree and expertise is in human communication. Live interaction is essential to my mental health. Cheers. Me too. I absolutely agree. The Artful Todger, it was very good to meet you at Maker Central. It says, on Saturday you mentioned moving live streams to Friday. Perfect for skiving office monkeys like myself. The Artful Todger, we had a good laugh about when Orson came into the room, and we read out an Artful Todger comment, and I then had to explain what that meant, and it was very funny. And yeah, so it was good to meet you at the show. That's another one of those names. Hi, I'm the Artful Todger. I'm like, yeah, damn right you are. But anyway. We do have power. So this is the Rajani amp. I'll turn my lapel off. actually, I'm just going to stretch these strings out a little bit, just to see what happens. I've read up to Marsh's comments, so the Artful Todger, who I met in person on Saturday, the Artful Todger. Did I say the Artful Todger? I love his name, it's great.
So you've done Marsh's comment?
I've done Marsh's comment,
Okay,
yes.
right, we were up to date then, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, so these streamers who stream on Twitch and all that doing gaming, 90% of their time is ignoring what's happening in the chat, and the chat are talking to themselves.
We've always felt there was a balance. There's a balance to it, isn't it? Because you've got what you're instructing as you're working, so you need to do that because that's you teaching people what you're doing. But yeah, people want, the whole point of the live stream is that people feel part of it.
Yes, absolutely, and I definitely want to keep that. So my thought is to have, yeah, I lost a semitone there. My thought is to have another computer near me, or another big screen near me, where I can interact with the chat as well. But we can't justify having a whole human being spending, so much time sitting here just, doing that. It's horrifically inefficient for life. Don't you agree?
Sorry, I was reading a comment. What?
I was saying it's inefficient to have somebody doing what you're currently doing for more than the amount of time that you're doing. If I end up doing a couple of these streams a week, some of them are going to have to be without your support, just because there's other stuff that needs to be done.
It is difficult for me at the moment to commit that time. Yes.
And the same thing is, Tam is running Crimson for me. Talitha is doing edits and making t-shirts and all of this sort of stuff. I would like to get to a point where I'm a little bit more self-sufficient, and then you pop in every now and then when you hear.
You could have the screen with zoomed in on the chat.
Yeah.
And you can check it.
Okay, well, let's just have a quick listen to this then. We'll turn the lapel off just in case. So that's bridge, middle. With an accompanying puppy. Middle, and then neck. That's the other way around. That's strange. So that is my bridge. I'm hearing things. For a second there, I thought that the bridge was brighter than... the neck was brighter than the bridge. Wow. Confused it much? But yeah, you've got... Take the reveal off. I should play guitar more often, actually, really, to be honest. Yeah, I think I need to quit YouTube entirely and
Just play guitar.
just learn how to play guitar properly would be great. Okay, cool. So, in actual fact, this all works. Can he come in?
Well,
There's nothing poisonous for him to chew, I think. So the problem is we've got a puppy outside. One of them's in because she's quiet, but the one that gets left out is he's also loud. Okay, there we go. So my microphone's on.
it's worse than having a baby, yes. There we go.
Yeah,
All
emphatically.
right. No, we're not having a fight. Okay, question from Terry Love in the super chat.
Terry.
Ben, does all the lacquer that the bog oak soaked up and added to the density have any effect on the tone the guitar has?
Yes. And there's now a helicopter going overhead. That is not my rumbly stomach.
I think mine could match it.
What are they doing? It's like they're directly overhead.
Yeah, they're not quite fast yet.
Okay. Yes, so in a word, what it's actually doing is affecting the attack of the string, the attack of the note, and the longevity, the sustain of it. The colour of the tone, which is generally what people imagine when you talk about tone, I think less so. Significantly less so, to be honest. I think that the timbre of the instrument is not affected so much by the wood. It is more the setup and the strings and how you're actually playing. And that's, you know, people... I don't call myself a player, and you've just seen me fiddling about and I can make some noise. But that, to me, isn't playing. That's knowing the basics of how to make it do something. To be a player... there's more in the feeling of what you make the guitar do, and a real musician can take this guitar and make it sound 100 times better than I just did. And yeah, it's the feel, it's the vibrato, it's the action, and obviously the pickups and the pedals that you put it through. And you know, many guitarists will have, I'm going to put this in the case while I carry on talking, many guitarists will record themselves and then will double up so that it sounds better, and the artistry isn't entirely in the guitar. The artistry is in what you do with the guitar after you've had the guitar doing its thing. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Okay, we'll move to the complication a bit later. Okay, now this is going to be fun. This guitar was problematic. It was problematic in many different ways, and in the end I came close to not wanting to build guitars again due to this, and it was because of my own questionable choices. I know I normally make fantastic choices, and you know, nobody finds fault with me in any way, shape or form.
Wasn't listening. I felt the pause. I felt like there should be something I should say. Nobody could find fault with you. What?
Because I never make questionable decisions. But with Bob, I always make questionable decisions. That's the joke. But you lost your cue. Bob, this guitar was made out of a single piece of wood and some maple. And the single piece of wood, I split it and split it and split it and split it, and then harpsichorded it out. That works. The problem is, I did tests using sycamore and was going to build it using sycamore, then realised that we didn't have enough sycamore in the building to do that. So I went and grabbed a piece of what I thought was mahogany and said, this will do. And instead of mahogany, it was even worse. It was Iroko. And it's a very splitty wood. A very, very splitty wood. And yeah, here we go. I've got a guitar that, well, it came together. Just. Anyway, interestingly enough, it's not particularly dusty inside. It looks all right. Definitely needs new strings, so we're going to take those off, dust down, polish the frets up a little bit by hand, and we'll go from there. One of the things I've completely forgotten that I did on this build is the inlays. And yeah, I thought I was clever. I took some abalone and some mother of pearl and cut a shape into both of them and then made single dots. Sort of like the moon inlays that PRS did. Look at that, I muted my microphone. Did you see? I care. I'm a nice guy, aren't I? Okay.
Ready for a super chat?
Absolutely.
This one's from the big unit.
Big unit?
I've been teaching at 3am the last few weeks.
Wow.
Teaching at 11 today again. I'm trying to get an in for free tape, but so far no luck. Lol.
Free tape?
3am tape.
Oh, hold on. You said I've been teaching at 3am.
Not 3am.
Yeah, that's what
Not
I was
3
thinking. Just it's
3am.
time.
So they must have a
So it's a
headquarters or something.
Oh, 3M are 3M own everything.
They own everything, do they?
They're the global multinational that you don't really hear about. They are the true global overlords. I'm sure of it. In a good way, I'm a fan of the company. Please don't hurt me. Okay, microphone on. So at this stage, I'm just loosen the strings a little bit. I don't like snapping them under full tension. You never really know where they're going to go when you do. And on older instruments, if you cut them when they're under tension, the shock, I've heard, can damage the tuners. Now over time, some of these might have come a little bit loose. I'm going to check that straight away. That felt a little tight. I'm going to put some slippery slots nut sauce in the nut as well. Okay. Okay, so I cut that just to make it easier to pull it out of the bridge. These are not going to be used again for anything, and yeah, that's what it is. Don't hoard old strings, or do. Shouldn't listen to random freaks on the internet anyway.
There we go. Franz Truter says, "Hi, Bun and Mrs. Bun. Hope
Greetings.
everyone is well and good. Now it there. Now I'm gonna have an unproductive Wednesday, and he says worth it.
It's no. I feel so bad. I should stop the live streams entirely.
No, I think I think we've just come to the conclusion in the chat that no.
Okay, so what's the plan then for the live streams, people?
I don't know. I think somehow we've got to try and keep the balance that we've got, because people, yes, they seem to like, you know, getting on with chatting amongst themselves, but also they want to feel part of the live stream, and you know that it does seem a bit pointless streaming if you're not going to engage with the audience.
I do. I've lost. Okay, I took a bunch of tools to the guitar show, and I've lost my nut cube, so I'm just going to use an adjustable spanner actually. Yeah, so live streams are a go for sure, and I need to just experiment with how I'm going to keep people interested and engaged. Yes, basically.
Yeah. Well, even in the short time we've been doing it, we've had to sort of think about it. You know, is this working? You know, are you getting overwhelmed because you're trying to think about what you're doing? And it is a balance.
Yeah.
I mean, there are small. I mean, maybe it's the length of the live stream. There are smaller, sort of quick, bite-sized projects you could do as live streams, and keep it. You know, you could maybe do 2 in a day, but have a break and do something when this project's done, and then, you know, I think it could evolve, couldn't it?
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree.
Okay, here we go. Where are we? JS Trucking Guitar sent super chat. Don't tell us not to hoard old strings. Some of us might be into metalwork and would use the pieces for canister Damascus blades.
Okay, that sounds fun. So yeah, the everything had shrunk a little bit, and I did need to tighten those tuners. Incidentally, I put these in at the end to stop the wood splitting further. I had split a couple of, at least one more went and broke off here. However, as a headstock shape, I quite like that. Just on its own. Yeah, fun. So this guitar has been, it feels like it's been looked at on a fairly recently, so or, I don't understand. It's not as dusty as everybody thought it would be.
I did give that one the once over when we were doing, when you and I went in.
That's it. I'm noticing your work, Tony.
Yeah, it is obviously tricky to dust with the all the holes. Okay, Sawdust Passion sent a super chat.
Hey.
I only normally get to work from home on a Monday, so it doesn't normally get to see the live streams. If you're going to change the day. Cliff Evans sent a super chat. My wife nearly fell off her chair when Ben said he'd lost his nut cube. Oh dear.
No
You see those things you can put an egg into and it makes it square? That's funny.
If you could just take the
What's he
latex
got?
glove. Well, he's playing with his bow, which is
Oh,
fine,
yeah.
but there is a latex
Your glove.
glove there. I need to have more bins in this place. Yes, I'm just checking the frets just in case. And do you know what? There is actually... There is a little bit of material to remove, I think. Okay, which is not what I was expecting. lost my notched straight edge. I think that went to the show as well, and it's not. Doesn't look like it's come back. Okay. This needs a level crown and polish. Damn it. Where is my notched straight edge?
Did you take it with you? Did you?
I think I packed it, but I don't have any memory of it actually making it there.
Well, if somebody else packed up your bench, it could be anywhere.
Yeah, that's the problem. Okay. Right, it's not like anybody's going to actually play this weekend. All right. This is annoying. Okay, fine. Well, here we go. Hi, people. This is one of those cases of live streams not necessarily being the best way to showcase one's talent, because you realise just how ditzy one can be. Oh, look at that! I found it. I knelt down on the ground, changed perspectives, and found my notched straight edge.
Incoming puppy.
Incoming puppy. Hello, puppy. Nope, he's going away. Okay, so I'm sitting here. The neck is not quite straight. I need to bring the headstock up a fraction.
Okay, while you're doing that, super chat from Fast Swipe.
Hey,
Happy Wednesday.
happy Wednesday to you. May the 4th be with you.
After building a couple of electrics, I want to try my hand at an acoustic. Best tips, books, things I should consider. Thanks.
Okay, dokie. I think that dog walked over here and farted and then walked away.
Yeah,
He literally just crop dusted me.
he's well trained. Nothing to do with me.
Seriously. Hold on. There we go. Crossbreed. My eyes are melting. What was the question? Something distracted me.
Do you want me to read it again?
Please.
After building a couple of electrics.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. The book is this one, Guitar Making by Capiano and Telson. Guitar Making Tradition and Technology, a complete reference for the design and construction of steel string folk guitar and the classical guitar. It's in metric, it's in imperial predominantly, which is annoying, but basically it's fantastic. It's the book. And I also like Benedetto's Making an Archtop Guitar. Okay, now I'm going to tape up this pickup. And I suppose this is actually quite a good live stream video in the first place, because I don't know what I'm going to find. These are all guitars that I hope you've watched me build, but they haven't really, for the most part, been set up or touched since. Not that I know of. And, you know, necks move, things compress, and all that. And, yeah, these frets, they need some help. They won't need huge amounts of help, however. So, for example, the PRS, way of leveling, crowning and polishing their frets just involves leveling and polishing. They don't bother with the crowning because the frets are installed so accurately. And I'm hoping that that's going to be the case, because this is now being done. I'm wondering if a little level will sort it out, and we'll go from there. Now, permanent marker-rooney.
Mark Guitar also mentioned another book here. Johnny Kincaid?
Johnny Kincaid. I don't think I've actually seen that. I've heard of it. I don't think I've actually read that one.
George Davis is asking, is there any reason you have to use the swoop at the nut on a fender style neck?
The swoop going down, yes, because without that you don't have any break angle on the strings at all. Your strings have to have some sort of a break angle, and putting the tuners down in that way gives you a break angle.
The food chat started.
I'm feeling it. Sorry, yes, I'm feeling that myself. So we currently don't have a kitchen. Which is interesting. I was tempted to do a video of me going more general handyman and doing it, but the end result wouldn't have been worth having, I don't think. Anyway, okay. I have put permanent marker on the top of the frets. I am not going to bother masking off all of the frets. We have a zero coat fretboard, and it's just not necessary at this point.
Eugene Lowe says, well, what are your kids doing with an angle grinder?
I don't want to know.
Wolf of Guitar says, hi folks, Bob
Hey.
was the first guitar I saw you make on this channel.
Yeah?
I was hooked. Terry Love saying, tell Ben to get his blowtorch out and burn it some food. Burgers would be nice blowtorch, don't you think?
I'm just thinking that there are.
What would be really nice? Some peppers.
What's the? I'm trying to think of the traditional dessert that you use.
Oh, creme brulee.
Creme brulee. There we go.
Yeah, we could go for one of those.
One.
What, a big one?
Okay. Fair enough.
Doesn't have to be a small one.
Fair point. Yeah. Other than that, I've seen blowtorch being used for searing steak.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
I had a very, very nice steak at the Crown Plaza in Birmingham at the NEC the other day. So yeah, I've got some spots here where I can still see my my permanent marker. I'm going very gently. We should be, yeah. It's not going to take much, and I'm not removing huge amounts, so we should be good for the. Okay. Actually, move on to the shorter beam here.
getting technical now. Wolford the guitar says blowtorch some food with a diffuser after it's been cooked in a sous vide. Nice.
What's a diffuser?
Does it spread it out a bit more so it's not like all in one place? So that's what I imagine. Like a
That's a hammer.
no, like on a hairdryer, a diffuser spreads the heat.
Oh,
So I imagine that's
okay.
a similar sort of thing.
Fair enough. Maybe, yeah. So, because this had already been levelled and we only had a small rocking in a few places, I've actually got a very, very even thing. This is the only one that's slightly lower. This was the problem basically around here. Let me see if I can get essentially some B-roll. You guys can see what's going on. I don't like this. Try it.
Oh, stop it.
I know, I'm not allowed to film over that side, am I? Okay. So that's the low one there. 10th fret. But the top of all of them is very, very close to being the same width now that I've leveled it off with a leveling beam. And also very, well, it should be level. Now I'm going to double check using the fret rocker. And this is one of those tools initially I couldn't afford fret rockers. I couldn't, in fact I don't think a notched straight edge was even a thing when I started building guitars. But it was an absolute game changer when I discovered it, and I do think it's absolutely essential. It helps you diagnose issues that you don't even necessarily know are there, but things that mean, concentrate, you can only get a certain amount out of a guitar. See, I've still got a rock there on that one, so yeah, that is still a little bit low. So I'm just going to stop there and have another pass on here. So I'm not saying that it's impossible to get to have a guitar that plays okay without, you don't have to go to the nth degree, but it is always better if you do. Now I was watching sad. I was watching a video the other day, that's my meter rule, and was horrified at how this fret leveling was being done. And it just is what it is. You can get something that will play okay, but you're losing a half of a millimeter in height or a millimeter in action height without getting buzzed by not doing it with the proper tools.
Lisa's question is, would it be easier to replace the one low fret and dress that?
No. No, I'm only taking a minimal amount of material off. We're talking, well, maybe a 1/10 of a millimeter or less, to be honest. Now I'm not supporting the neck with my fingers here, I'm touching the guitar so I can feel if I am compressing it too much, because putting the pressure on, you need to be gentle. I'm not trying to force things.
Question from the big unit. Does having the neck sitting in a neck rest block affect the straightness of the neck when levelling?
It's exactly what I've just been explaining.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, seriously. So that's the reason why I've got my fingers there, is because yes, I've got it unsupported in the middle, but it is supported at the neck there, at the nut, and at the end of the body. And with some guitars, you've got a particularly spaghetti neck. It's not very strong, and it will move, and you will have issues. And with those, you need to maybe have another support in the middle. I was just holding it here gently with my fingers just on the neck, just so that I could feel if there was any movement. And it's not something that I even necessarily think about. It's just, it's what I do. Feels so good. Yep, we're sorted. I'm not going to bother with putting in fall away, etc. It's not needed with the action that I'm going for on this guitar. Now again, we've got a flat area at the top of these frets that is, for the most part, at or below a millimetre in width, and just the act of sanding the tops of these frets is going to round that over so that I've got accurate enough crowning. I could go over with a crowning file, but in this case it's not required. So here we go, and this is where people are going to say, "Oh my God, you're cutting corners." But let me say again, this is how pure is.
No.
All right. Do you have any questions or comments or people shouting at me?
Rich Ether says hello all.
Who's that? Sorry.
Rich Ether.
Rich. Hey.
Let's go. Crispy Tech says, couldn't you level from the low fret down?
There's no real point. I'm going to be buffing. I'm going to be buffing the whole thing. It could save me a little bit of time, but then you end up running the risk of having frets that are unevenly textured, and that we don't want.
John Rye.
John.
Hi Ben, the base you're building a problem. The side dots on a fretless guitar. You know that one.
Yeah.
I'll finish what you said. 3, 5, 7, etc. You have put them between the frets, so will be out of tune if you use them.
I'm going to have to go in and make a change. Didn't even figure. In fact, at one point the bass was gonna be fretted, and then we changed our minds.
Yes.
Actually, I think we changed our minds several times on that front. So yeah, the issue is an issue, and it needs to be sorted.
Lisa's asking, how will you make sure all the metal bits are gone? Is brushing enough?
Yeah, brushing's enough. Here's my 320.
Okay, and then a super chat from Franz Truter.
Hey.
Ben, what would you consider the absolute lowest you can go with frets? And then he says, plus enjoying the stream since I work from home, 740 kilometres away from my factory. No boss over my shoulder. Oh wait, I am the boss.
Yeah, that's the problem. So the issue is one of intonation. You can have super flat frets, but then the entire bridge is going to need to move back because your strings are going to be intonating off the back edge of the fret, which is fine, except then you need to move your nut. So you could have frets that are basically non-existent, but you're going to have to adjust the physicality of how the guitar works so that the intonation is fine. Huh. Kind of like the fretboard I used on the BOB1 fret guitar. It's essentially angled. That's given me some things to think about actually. I'm also going to shut this window now. Do you think that's safe here, Tonya?
Yeah, but he's found my little secret snack board.
You have a secret snack board?
No. Okay, moving on. Tootum Carmen says, tell Ben he's missed another bit, lol.
So have you.
Winding you up. Barry Christian, just tuned in my lunch break. Is that Bob on the bench? And when is Bob 2 then?
It is Bob on the bench, and Bob 2 is something that I really do want to do. And you can see I'm essentially holding the paper up and I'm rotating like that to give me some crowning. And yes, this is Bob. All right. So that is 320. Now, I'm going to mask off the edges of the body here because I do want to do a little bit on the size of the frets. And it's just a case of wrapping it around my finger or even around a thread rubber. To save the fingers.
Okay, question from Roel Schuten.
Hi.
Hi Ben, what do you think about those string tension simulating jigs for levelling the frets?
I don't really see the point. I understand if you've got a musician and this is their favourite guitar that they absolutely love, and you don't think that you personally are going to be able to replicate that feel by resetting the guitar up after you've leveled the frets, then yes, there's an argument for having a bench with all of these things in that locks the neck in place, and you can do and level from fret to fret while keeping it so that it's going to be exactly the same. But in the end, one, musicians are used to playing multiple guitars in the first place. Two, if you can do a level crown and polish, can set up a guitar. And three, I've had enough of some companies treating luthiers like idiots. You have the ability to adjust a truss rod, and the argument is to not adjust the truss rod because you're too stupid to adjust the truss rod and set the guitar up. It is far better to straighten the neck, make sure the frets are absolutely level to a straight fretboard, and then reset the guitar up than jump through many hoops and spend hundreds of dollars on unnecessary tools and jigs and things, then move forward. It is maybe 5% easier to use one of those jigs, but in my opinion is thoroughly unnecessary.
My leg's going to sleep.
You've got a puppy on you, do
I've
you?
got a puppy. She doesn't. She doesn't like the other one getting in the way. So, Garage Master Guitars. Oh, hello all. Didn't know this was on. Jolly good. Hi, Ben.
Jolly good. Pip pip. Sorry, yes, I only decided... I knew that I was needing to do this today in preparation for the guitar show this weekend, but I didn't realise I was going to do it as a stream until the last minute, and I only scheduled the stream relatively late in the day. I was still unpacking. Is it Wednesday today?
Yes, it is.
It's really Wednesday.
It's been one of those weeks,
No.
isn't it, with the bank holidays? What
Of
day
course.
is it?
So yeah, I only finished unpacking my van. May I get past you actually?
You can try.
I only finished unpacking my van yesterday. Is that secret snacks? Oh my god. I found the secret snacks. And you moved, you fool.
Now you've shut the drawer, I don't know which one is it.
Ha!
You have to open them all to find it.
And then you'll find my secret snack.
Here we go, lucky guess. No, wrong one. There we are.
Okay, so I am going to a 500 grit wet and dry paper. Now, where masking becomes necessary is when you are going to buff the hell out of the fret on a buffing machine or with a Dremel or something like that. Or if it's a maple fretboard.
Dave T is asking, is Bob named after the character from Blackadder 2? Are you
No.
aware of Blackadder? Have you watched it?
I'm aware of Blackadder. No. It is named after a series of sci-fi books. I can't remember the author, but it's called The Bobiverse. And I was listening to it on Audible at the time, and I particularly enjoyed it. And I thought, I'm going to use that. I'm not sure if I admitted that in the actual series, but that's what the thinking was. Why did I just throw that on before? I've got puppies in here.
You said you were going to put a bin down there. I think you need to.
Yeah, I'm going to change the entire building around, and I need more bins. Okay.
What are we going to do about lunch today then, if Talitha's not
Um,
coming?
I'm happy to take the computer and have that here if you wouldn't mind sorting that out at some point. But yeah,
I'll have to do it sooner rather than later because of the school pickup and all that.
yes. Well, this is the thing. So this stream is going to get quieter at some point because yeah, Tanya's going to be going off and we don't have Talitha coming to take over. She's busy editing.
What's that dog found to eat?
Okay, so this is 600 grit. I think the one before was 500.
Okay, hold on. The big unit says "We Are Legion" by Dennis Taylor. Is that the reference to the book?
Yes.
Book? The Legion. Somebody with a Legion. Too many Roman numerals there. It's going to confuse my brain. Says, "No, I am Legion." Lol. Question from Ape Song. Did Ben find the book I mentioned, The Perfectionists? I know he will enjoy it.
I'm fairly sure I bought it. I'm fairly sure I downloaded it, but I am currently listening to the Lincoln Highway by Amor Towles. Library. The Illustrated Man. Where are we all? Could you take a photo of that? I don't think I actually did.
I'm being held hostage by a puppy. I'll try.
Yeah, we're not the bosses, are we? Okay, so at this stage, I've got some frets that are pretty close to fine, and I have to have the choice of, do I use fret rubbers to polish them up by hand, which is a slower way to do it, and doesn't, without a lot of work, get the same quality of result as I would get using a buffing wheel. But in order to do the buffing wheel, I need to mask off the entire fretboard and actually get the buffing wheel out and all of that. So to be honest, I'm going to use the fret rubbers. So these are abrasives suspended in a rubber compound, and yeah, a little bit of elbow grease going through the grits, and you'll be fine.
George Davis has come back about his question. Ben, you may have misunderstood my question.
Almost certainly.
On a fender style neck, if I lose the swoop and cut the headstock to the fretboard and use a Gibson style nut, wouldn't that give you enough angle?
I'm still misunderstanding the question. So essentially you have a fender style neck already made and it's there and done and dusted. It's about where the top of the tuners are. If you're making a neck from scratch and you've got a plank of wood with a fretboard on top and the plank keeps on going straight on, then your tuners are going to be too high and the strings aren't going to have a break angle. Whether it's a Fender style nut or a Les Paul type nut, it's not a thing. If you're just taking a Fender style nut, removing it and putting in a Gibson style nut or a locking nut, but you've got an existing Fender style headstock with a swoop, yes, it's going to make no difference whatsoever. Arguably adding the Les Paul style nut will give you a little bit more of an angle because it's the back edge is getting closer to the tuners. But to make a headstock with a perfectly flat board with no swoop, you're not going to have the requisite angle. Period. Even Fender style headstocks have an issue and need string trees, and they are already set down 8mm or so. Okay, so this is the medium fret rubber. And already these frets are looking like I would expect them to look on an older guitar, a little bit tarnished, not quite perfectly polished, but certainly good enough to play.
George says, thank you, perfect explanation.
Good, because I really wasn't sure. It's trying to explain things like that where I really need a whiteboard. Okay, I'm onto the fine, and in fact this is an older fine. So I think the rubber compound I use now is a little bit more rubbery.
Rafe is saying, Ben, you should read the Laundry Files series from Charles Stross.
Okay, Tonya, please.
Take a photo?
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody else was mentioning The Expanse. We watched the... we haven't read the books, have we? But we've watched the series. How did you get far with that?
I only watched the first series and really got into it, and then I haven't gone back. Which
they've done several since then.
No, I know.
I thought they'd finished it, to be honest, but they've done another one. I thought they'd rounded it off nicely, and there's more.
Well, I mean, it's a massive potential universe there, isn't it? So, I am now also, obviously, finishing off the fretboard. There we go, you can see what's happening.
Oh, John Rickards is saying, Ben and Tanya, you should listen to Cabin Pressure, starring Benedict Cumberbatch, I struggle to say that, and John Finnemore. It was on Radio 4, a brilliant comedy series the whole family will enjoy. Okay, well, oh, I have, yes, I have heard that. Where they're flight attendants, aren't they? Pilots.
I didn't.
Yes, and I have listened to that. I would like to listen to that again. I'm going to take a picture of that. They're in the cockpit, and it's like jokes from... Yes, I will listen to that again.
Onto the Superfine.
See, I liked him when he was on the radio, but I don't like him as much in the movies.
Benedict Cumberbatch?
Yeah.
Okay. I think as Smaug, he was fantastic.
Well, that's the thing, it's his voice. His voice is amazing, but I find his face off-putting. Shouldn't say that out loud.
Oh no, I just, in shock, dropped my thread rubber. You are perfectly allowed to have an opinion on somebody else's face. especially a public figure like Benedict Cumberbatch. The fact that I find him intensely attractive, just no. There's nothing wrong with him, is there?
He's too polished.
You like your men rough, do you?
Well, maybe. Oh, dear, what am I
think
saying?
we need to. I think we need to
What
change
am
the subject,
I saying?
people, because it's getting a little
you
bit
do.
too personal.
Okay,
Yeah.
here we go. Tanya, the curved section of the fretboard after the fender nut, which half masks the drop, where the headstock has been thinned to get the break angle. That was from Paul Needs.
Yeah. It was what I thought he was describing, but it could also have been the this swoop here.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't make sense.
Too many swoops.
Yeah. Swooping Death from the new Harry Potter series, the Fantastic Beasts series. Okay, so this is now the superfine, and we are getting to frets that are polished enough to pass muster and are actually more polished than will come out of many factories. Do the fret ends as well. Now, I think this has probably taken the same amount of time for me to do as it would have if I had master fretboard off and gone through the grits on a buffing wheel or something like that. So it's much of a muchness, really.
Well, surprisingly, the ladies in the chat seem to be agreeing with me. Maybe he's an acquired taste.
Fair enough.
Okay. I don't know why I started back on it again. So I need to
Is there
change subject again.
is there a certain arrogance in the fact that he's perfectly well put together that annoys you, or is it just
I don't know. Who knows? Psychology, eh?
yeah? Psychology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doty says you should read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by Hunter S. Thompson.
I've heard that, but also I was reading a thing about him the other day, and it was an article with a newspaper person basically itemised his day, and it was, you know, up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, coffee, cocaine, another cup of coffee, then whiskey or champagne or whatever, and it was just off to the bar for another coffee, cocaine in the toilets, a downer to take the edge off the cocaine. Yeah, it just, I suppose.
Now you're going to dig yourself a hole.
Well, yeah, I'm not. I was going to say I don't want to support people with a habit like that, but he's gone now. So, and he was apparently one of the best writers, you know, of that century. So I should. It's a movie, isn't it?
Paul Cook saying too much coffee.
I going on the stage at Maker Central this weekend. I had, you know, you get up after a long night, and I was standing at the coffee machine, and made myself a coffee, made myself another coffee, and walked over to the table, and they were like, "Just don't judge. These won't even be my last coffees of the morning, of breakfast. Sorry." But by the time I got to be, we did a major thing on the main stage, giving away tools, and all of that. But the whole time we were waiting to get on stage, the sound guy's giving us the microphones and stuff, and I'm going, my fingers are all tingling. I think I've got caffeine poisoning. It was, but yeah, it was fine. Whether I did or not, I survived. So, there we go. So now I am changing direction, and I am, with the superfine, just polishing the top of the frets in the direction that you're going to go as you bend. And I'm not too worried about the sides. I'm ending up with nice shiny frets. There was one final trick. I mean, there's a million tricks, but there's one more trick that I'm going to do today on these, and that is drop the fret rubber. I'm going to use a strop, or at the very least a strop-inspired tool. So leather with polishing compound in it, the same sort of thing that I would and do use to help sharpen my tools, is also perfect for polishing frets. It's just going to take a little while because I've got more frets to do. Hold on.
Finger cramp.
It's ouch.
Comment here from Bjorn. Came back onto here, Bun going cocaine, 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 while wiping the frets, and thought, I'm learning so much about lutherie.
Yep.
Context
Context is everything. I have ADHD. Apparently, cocaine will have little to no effect on me if I partook. But yeah. Anyway, okay. So that's nice and buffed, and this is a fret leveling file handle that I glued some leather onto. Now, auto sole, chrome polish on the leather. Spread it out a little bit. And then this just on the top of the frets. Helps me achieve an absolute perfect shine. Without having to mask the fretboard off. Or use a Dremel.
Question from Vax Headroom.
V?
Is that nut ebony or a black plastic?
Neither.
Neither.
Carbon fibre. Neither, carbon fibre. So entirely hand done, super shiny frets.
Getting a request for a recap from Casey McDermott.
Okay, yeah, good chat. How many people do we currently have watching, actually?
We're at 245.
Okay. For a midweek, that's, yeah, surprising. So I now have, itchy nose, I now have a lot of polishing crud that I just need to remove from the tops of the frets. Often when you buff while it's still warm, you need to get rid of this, but the Crimson Fretboard Cleaner, Fretboard and Finish Cleaner is good for this. I'll do a recap in a minute. I'm just going to hit this while the going is good. Perfect frets.
Time for another quick question.
Yeah.
Okay, Tola said, what properties makes the ideal nut material?
Predominantly, it needs to be nice and hard and reflective. In other words, we don't want it to deaden the sound by being soft and yeah. I mean, it's soft and fudgy. I wonder what's on my mind. Yeah, I think that brass is ideal, carbon fibre is good. That is not the right lead for that. There are some cheap plastic just makes the guitar sound thuddy. Antique jazz guitars will often have an ebony nut, and that promotes that jazzy sort of fuzzy, fudgy sort of a sound. So yeah, in my opinion, brass is probably best. Bone is good as well, and that's where we're at. So wipe away the excess.
Garage Master Guitars is asking, Ben, do you know where you can get files without handles or tangs? Even one-sided as well, tar.
I know what you're trying to do. Don't go for one-sided ones and just angle grind the tang off, to be honest. Farmer's files are very good. Okay, so it's difficult to see. Let's get this light on. Prepare to feel a little bit ill, people. Damn it. Okay, I'm sorry. I've got cables and long legs, and I'm trying to get a nice swooping beautiful B-roll shot, and it's almost impossible. But this camera is permanently attached, so let's try that again. Super shiny frets, no crowning, or at least minimal crowning, fret rubbers, and a little bit of chrome polish. No masking. And it works perfectly. All right. Let's get this sorted out again. So, a little bit of fret finish, and I'm just going to clean up the spotting on the chrome. Progress has been made, everybody.
Shall I go fix some food?
I am.
You can do some chat.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
You can have. I'll let you have the brownie bar.
Trade you a Snickers.
Absolutely.
Hold on. I was left with a
I think I
giant.
got the better end of the deal there.
Yeah. Found a bag of Snickers that were given to me at the show in case of desperate need. There we go.
There you go. Swaps.
Woohoo.
I win.
I think you do.
Okay, I'm gonna go do that. You can. Oops.
90 calories. Okay. Yeah, I've got some of that nice seeded batch bread.
Do you want a toasty or just a sandwich?
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
Which one? Both?
Toasty. Both. Okay. Now, just for fun, I'm going to borrow Tanya's computer and put that over here now. And then we can carry on and see how it's going. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to experimenting with a new sort of live stream format. I think that it could work very well. Beth, how are you? Beth McKillis says sexy shine. Thank you. The computer's in the way now. Old Man Zen says, for you unmarried viewers, this should be your relationship goals, swapping treats. I agree. Okay, so what I need to do now is put the tuners in and eat this chocolate brownie fibre bar because I am actually really hungry. I normally try and front load before a live stream and eat something just before I go live, but in this case I was desperately trying to fix the overhead camera that failed utterly, so there we go. All right, Casey. Casey McDermott says, Ben, open for a build question? Absolutely. Ask away. All right, so I've got the Dario XL strings here and silver. Paul Needs says, Ben, she's talking about your head, mate. This is about the super shiny frets. Okay, this camera needs to be out a little bit. So we've got locking tuners here. Release that. I'm going to change the angle of camera 2 in a second and you'll be able to see. Keep the string under tension and then tighten it up. Jeff Williams says, Ben, it looks like you have a soft spot in your floor. Yep, you're absolutely right. My floor sucks. And I'm going to be moving everything out of here and taking it up and redoing, to be honest. We'll get that. This string doesn't want to come out. Aha! Okay, Bulgarian Evolution, and somebody else actually wanted a recap. I have not got yet to the complication today. I have. So today I'm basically cleaning up, tidying up, polishing frets and restringing if required, various of my YouTube guitars for in preparation for a guitar show this weekend at New Bingley Hall in Birmingham. It's the UK guitar show, and essentially, I have so far today worked on my bog oak and gold leaf instrument and on BOB1 here. I have yet to do the complication. I'm a little bit scared of that guitar, to be honest. So, with locking strings, loosen the back, pull the string tight, tighten the lock off, hold the string at tension, and tighten. All good. Katie McDermott says, using a spoke nut truss rod with the adjustment of the bridge end of the fretboard, but the truss ends at the first or second fret, does that change where the up bow occurs and affect the final setup? It's so short of an unsupported area that I wouldn't worry about it. Strings, that's what I need. The ball end got caught in the gap of the body there. Terry Love asks if I always string a guitar up from one side to the other, or do I would I consider doing it from both ends and in? He's worried about stressing the neck potentially, and it's something I have thought about, but in reality we often think of a guitar neck as being a lot more delicate than a strong neck that is capable of dealing with a lot of tension and a good old beating. Stringing the strings up in any particular fashion, it's not something to worry about. Now, if you were to leave a guitar under tension with only, for example, the low E and A strings on for a period of time, at that point, yeah, you might end up with some weird warping or twist or whatever, but for the period of time that it's going to be partially strung, I wouldn't worry. Daniel Coyle is installing Spertel locking tuners on his gigging acoustic. He has zero regrets. Yeah, I agree. Beautiful tuners. Lightweight. Precise. Physically attractive actually as well. I doubt I'm anywhere near close to being actually in tune. Let's have a look. If I can find the tuner. Where did that go? Oh, I'm messy. I'm a messy person. Do you think I left it on the other guitar? It's entirely possible. Nope. All right. Isotunes, SSD, masking tool, notch straight edge. I always say tidy up as you go, and on days like this, I really wish I listened to myself more often. For I have lost my tuner, and I am bereft. Anybody see where I put it? Right. No luck. Nope. Oh, and I'm out of... out of batteries. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I apologise for not having the right... Close the lid of the laptop and I'll be looking right at it. Well done. I put it on the end of an anvil piece. What the hell? Thank you very much. You know what, I'm not that far off. Semitone. So yes, a bunch of people. Paul Cook told me to rewind the stream. It's where I left it. Anonymous Botch told me. Casey McDermott asks, what is currently a good price for a second-hand number 7 plane? I mean, a good price is anything. Is the most well. A good one is going to be 100 to 140 odd pounds at the moment, which is crazy. They were about 70 to 90 pounds before lockdown. Lisa Harshberger, how are you? Good morning. Okay, now at this stage we've got a full set of brand new strings. The frets are polished and nice, but if anybody's going to have a go at this guitar during the show, they're going to want it to be in tune and stay in tune. Always stretch your strings. I tend to do 2 at a time. I pull them up about 1 inch. You can't actually really see what I'm doing there. And I'm stretching and stretching and stretching and stretching. Terry Love is saying everything is more expensive than before lockdown. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Good morning, Mike and Noel. I love this noise. I don't know why, but it just makes me happy. So listen to this. We'll do 1 string. So I lost a semitone there in stretch, and once you've got it so that when you don't do this, once it does not lose tuning when you do this, you're all right. That's where the string will stay pretty much forever, but they don't come pre-stretched. Same thing, a little bit more than a semitone there. Big Unit scored a number 6 on eBay just before Christmas for $60. Nicely done, just needed a new blade. Lisa Harshberger is asking how Maker's Central was. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's always good. This is year 3, and there were fewer people because it's a treat. It's a treat, and it's an expensive thing, and we are still in a pandemic, so fewer people came out and fewer exhibitors were there than the last time. But we had some incredible people. Jimmy DeResta was there, April Wilkerson, Bob Hewitt. Bob Claggett. Bob Hewitt is something entirely different. I like to make stuff. He's incredible. One of the nicest humans I know. It was a fantastic show. And thank you very much. You're off camera.
Oh,
you're just teasing me. Oh,
hovering sandwich thing.
The hovering sandwich thing, and
I'm just going to feed the dogs and
you
then I'll come
tease.
back.
Who are you feeding the dogs to? I have lunch, which is fantastic. So yeah, Makers was great. I met some really interesting new makers as well, and also some very, very potentially interesting tools. While I was unloading the van on the first evening, from across the hall, I spotted a belt sander, a belt grinder for knife work and stuff. I so desperately want one of them. Among other things, a new super glue company who I'm looking at as well. So I've been using Starbond for a while. I really don't like... Oh, that's too high, hold on. I don't like how the Starbond caps disintegrate. I don't understand how you could ship super glue with a cap that over 6 months disintegrates. So I'm hoping that this new company don't have that issue. But anyway. Okay, so now we're tuned, and I'm gonna stretch again and see what happens. I'm also going to turn my microphone off and have a bite to eat.
Are you coping? I ate my sandwich.
Yeah, you eat your sandwich. I'm stretching some strings while chewing. I've turned my microphone off so I'm not chewing in people's ears. So yeah.
I'm going to move away from the mic so they can't hear me chew.
Ha.
Just move back a bit.
They won't hear you over the dog's clittery clattering. Perfect. Andre Silva all the time. Yeah. My family have got used to the terrible jokes to the point that, what was it Austin the other day? That was it. He was. I asked him to make me a cup of tea or something, and he wasn't sure. He had two different options, one of which I absolutely hated, and he handed it to me, and it's like, I don't know which is which. Here, taste, and I mimed throwing up. He said, "Oh, that's the right one then." He just knows me too well. I messed up on the delivery of that, didn't I? A comedian, I am not. I just made up a new word. Did you hear that? I said co-medium. So that's a medium with a little bit of comedy involved. You can talk to the dead, but only if they're funny. Yeah, that could be fun. Okay. There we go. That's looking quite good. Andrew Clayton says, "Hi Ben, Makers was great. Having you go out of your way to shake my son's hand, the little guy in the wheelchair, made our day. It also made my daughter very jealous." You should have... Yeah. No, it's an absolute pleasure, and yeah, it was great to meet you, and I'm sorry that I didn't shake your daughter's hand too. I now feel really bad about that. Anyway, food. Tanya, would you like this computer back? Mm-hmm. There we go.
Ready when you are. All right.
All right, let's change cameras. Tanya does not want to be. Tanya doesn't want to be on camera. Horror. Okay,
Which
I need.
ones am I plugging in? This one and another one?
Yep, that's it.
Just this one?
Yep,
Not
that's
that
all
one.
you need. No, that's all you need.
Okay. Okay. Wolford Guitars is asking, Ben, did you buy that Robu book in the end? Was that something you were looking at the show?
Roubaud.
Roubaud.
I didn't. No, it was a show version, and if I was going to order it, I might as well just order it online. But yeah, very tempting. I did get I've got one of the magazines. I can't remember what they're called now. But yeah, that was good fun. Yeah. I'm going to stop for a second and eat this. Tanya, you're going to have to entertain everybody.
Okay. Well, you and I are talking about some questions we can put to the people.
Oh no.
And I heard this one on the radio, and it just got me really thinking about. Okay, I want your 3 favourite all-time TV shows in no particular order. Go on then, Ben. You do yours. Can you remember? Because you said I have to remember for you. You remember what you said?
No, I can't for the life of me. Go on then.
You said House.
Yes, House. Absolutely enjoyed that, and would like to watch it again. Hold on. This I was supposed to be off camera eating, and you've asked me questions. So I really enjoy House. What else did I say?
You said Gilmore Girls.
Oh, 100% Gilmore Girls. Absolutely, emphatically.
Is that one? What did you say?
And so how many people are unsubscribing?
Unsubscribing. I don't know. What was the last one?
Project Runway.
Project Runway. Yeah, that's what
Was that actually it?
That was what you said. Yeah, that was what you said.
And yours?
So mine are, again, House. Has to be House. Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah.
Yeah, and The Vicar of Dibley. Always my two
I've
favourites.
never got on with Vicar of Dibley, but yeah.
Come on then, I want to see in the chat. I want to see some. Here we go. Forecast Drums says The Last Kingdom. I haven't watched that yet. I've seen that one's on. I might have to watch that then. The Office US. Oh, Parks and Rec. You like that one too, don't you? Okay, Terry Love. Top TV shows. Last of the Summer Wine, Open All Hours, and Porridge. Those are some good classic British comedies. Old Man Zen, MASH, and anything else in very, very distant second for me. Here we go. Bill Illustrating said Gilmore Girls for the win. Dave T says Black Books, Bottom, The Young Ones. Where are we?
Black Books freaked me out a little bit too much.
Michael Knoll says same. I've rewatched House 5 times now. Paul Cook, Blackadder, The Young Ones, The Wire. Oh,
Actually, yeah, The Wire.
I don't know if I've watched that one.
No, you couldn't. You weren't. You watched a little bit, and you were like, "No, this is just a little bit too real for me."
Was it a bit too real? It's funny. I can watch like quite gruesome stuff if it's not realistic. If it's not real life.
I thought you were going to go with Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
That's one of yours, to be honest.
I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't. It's not my top. Okay, hold on.
I, however, couldn't watch Game of Thrones because it was too gruesome for me.
Here we go. Anonymous Botch, MASH, Babylon 5, and Drop the Dead Donkey. Lisa Harshberg says, I love The Vicar of Dibley. Yeah, we should watch So The Last Kingdom, I think we should watch that one because that one's getting a superb from Casey McDermott.
Okay.
Where are we? Oh, chat's gone mad.
We did enjoy the first season of the new Wheel of Time series.
Yes, so we are looking forward. Yeah, but that's not finished yet. And so you've got me reading the books now, which it's good to get ahead of the books if you're enjoying something. Yeah. I've done that with several series, which Game of Thrones, for example. I sort of raced through the books because I didn't want to miss out. But now I'm read the books for the Wheel of Time. I'm like, they've messed it all up.
Yep.
So I just have to think of it as a separate thing. I think if you get, you can get too upset that they've ruined something you love. So you just have to see it as something, a standalone thing, really, in some ways. Okay. Anyway, we've digressed.
Always.
Okay, these people Red Dwarf, Phone Shop, One Division, MASH, X-Files, It Crowd. That was funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Daniel Marquez says Star Trek TNG, Battlestar Galactica. That was good. Big Bang Theory. Very good choices.
Yep.
Bjorn says, how about a Buffy themed guitar? A pointed headstock with some sort of projection for the tuners.
Yeah,
so
that could be fun.
Stake a vampire and stay in tune. Very good.
It would have to be in an antique sort of leather case that you open up and everything's fitted and you've got that could be fun. That could be fun. I think that on reflection, I've missed a few fairly epic things that I could have suggested. I just can't remember the names of anything in my life. I suck. I really, really enjoyed The Mandalorian.
Oh, Sons of Anarchy, somebody said. Yeah, you enjoyed that, didn't you?
I did. I do not watch TV on a regular basis. I'm watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine with the boys at the moment. But other than that, I haven't sat down and watched a whole series. Apart from the Wheel of Time thing with you, Tanya. I just don't watch TV.
We don't. It's difficult to commit to things. You like to watch a movie, but I think sitting down for 2 hours is too much of a commitment.
I
short
think
and
getting
sweet.
into a series.
Getting into a series is too much of a commitment. So we often. There are some things we'll make time to watch together, isn't there?
Okay. This guitar is almost there, I think. I'm going to have a quick. I'm going to plug her in and see where we sit. Yeah, strap. Strap is a good idea. Come on then. TV shows.
Okay, Paul needs tricky, but right now, what's this? THHGTTG. What's that? Help me with that one. Good Omens. That was good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Good Omens was good, and they actually got it pretty spot on. I love that book. It's one of my favourite books.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There we go. THH, the Hitchhiker's
That makes sense. Okay, so as
Galaxy.
the TV series, I've not partaken in that particular pleasure.
Family Guy. And American Dad and South Park. Yeah.
South Park was somewhat formative, to be fair.
Wow, that's good.
The dogs are freaking out a little bit then. Where is that coming from? It's me. Sorry, doggies. So I've only got a volume control on this. There's nothing else but P90, custom sycamore cover. So yeah, the frets are nicely polished. There's no scratchy itchiness going on there. I'm playing with thumbs and fingers here. I do have a plectrum. How's that? Ooh, I have one of the plectrums that I made out of that Tagua nut faux ivory stuff. There's something rattling the hell away over that side. So part of this workshop expansion kind of thing, don't leave the plectrum in there, is going to be, I'm going to have the amplifiers and get the Kemper profiler out, figure out how to actually run that reliably through this, and we should be able to hear a little bit better examples of what the guitars actually sound like. This is obviously coloured through an amplifier and all that, but I'm really happy with this. I think, yeah, I like this one. What do you guys think? All right, so yeah, Tanya, I'm going to shoot up to the house quickly after I put this in its case and grab a quick drink.
Okay.
And at the same time make some room for it. But yeah, you guys are going to have to keep on chatting about TV shows. I am particularly interested actually in, so we've had Phil Needs's, I'm just wondering what Beth watches and see if there's any correlations. I mean, we both had a house in ours. I think as a couple it could be particularly interesting to see what works there as well. I will be back in about half a litre.
Okay, guys, where are we at? Straight to the prank time. I'm afraid I can't think of anything to prank him with. I've got to live with him afterwards if I prank him. It's alright for Talitha, she gets to go home. Oh, what's this one? Sorry, I'm reading through the chat. Hold on. So, Paul Needs, I do remember an old version of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on TV, so I don't know if I watched the whole thing, but that does ring a bell. Taskmaster. I've caught a few clips of that on pop up on my YouTube, but we don't tend to watch like terrestrial TV because we never seem to have a house with an aerial. Something about living in the countryside, the aerial never works, so we always we come a bit late to new things. Like people will say, "Oh, have you watched so and so?" And I'm like, "No." So good recommendations, please. Yeah, Lisa saying repair shop. I quite enjoyed that. I do think after like 3 series I was a little bit bored, but the first few were really good. I think with shows like that, it's so formulaic and it always feels a little bit forced. It loses a little bit of sort of natural behaviour. Sorry, I'm reading your comments. Yeah, George Davis, we did watch the first series of Sex Education. That was funny. Severance, okay. Casey McDermott, I'll take a picture of that one and we'll have a look. I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, so Russian Doll. I've seen sort of clips of that. That looks quite good. I think I'd watch that. Andromeda. Okay. Okay, good. I'll take a picture of those. Oh, here he goes. He's on his way back. Too late to prank him. Oh, it's a shame.
Okay. For the life of me, I could not find the water bottles. So I've just...
Oh, yeah.
I didn't actually look that hard. I remembered we had some Coke Zero, so there we go.
He's got another bit of tissue.
Most of the tissue's fine. It's not got anything that's going to cause any...
He just wants to tear it up, but...
Yeah. Okay, I do need to sort out my bin situation. So, how are we doing?
Oh yes, Killing Eve. We haven't watched. That's
Oh.
what we've watched together, and we haven't watched the latest series yet. We need to make time for that.
We have been saying we need to watch this for a few weeks, actually.
Oh, Preacher. I started watching Preacher. I think I might have to give it another go if it is good. I think it's one of those ones that starts with a bit of a bang, and you just sort of like, it's a bit full on. I don't mind a little bit of violence, but yeah, there is a point in which I think, is there a show or is it just violence?
My whole outlook on violence changed when we started having children, and yeah, I'm a lot more empathetic than I used to be. And yeah, so I did not watch most of Game of Thrones. It's like, actually, you know what? There's a little bit too much of this, a little bit too gratuitous for me, and I'm out. So yeah, Tanya, that was your thing, wasn't it?
What was my thing?
That was your show. I didn't partake in
What?
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. Well, I do love sort of any sort of fantasy thing, but yeah, I think. Yeah, it was epic, and it was like constantly something happening, which sort of, you know, gets you like, oh, what's going to come next? It's that sort of set. I often find things when it's quite obvious and or formulaic, it bores me, I'm afraid. So, but then when you get a show like that, like you said, you were surprised I didn't say Lost, because Lost started off and we were all like, wow, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? But then if you've gone a bit too far, it in the end it doesn't make sense, like the end of Lost.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true.
Here we go. This one I like. PFY guitars, Grace and Frankie. I like that show.
Okay, I've got a little thing here that yeah. This is a guitar that really did. It took far too long to make. When you actually look at the components, we call it the Complication, but it really isn't. It's very simple, to be honest. But I mean, impressive looking, but fairly basic. It's just a carved exoskeleton, fairly delicate, and a single pickup guitar. Now, since I built this, I don't know when that was, I have not taken it apart. I have replaced the strings a few times, but I've not taken it apart into its component bits, and I think we're going to do that today. This is also going to be the last guitar on this stream, because there's we've had the Bog Oak and Gold Leaf and Resin River one. We've had Bob, and we'll end on the Complication because I want to. There are a few other guitars to come as well, but this is where we're at. So essentially, at this point, the frets are a little bit in need of a polishing. The fretboard needs oiling. It's very dusty inside. And with that in mind, I am going to take, I'm going to take the skeleton, I think, off. I don't know. Let's remove the strings and we'll think about that. Sorry.
GGBO question from Bill Coleman.
Bill.
Are t-shirts getting shipped out soon?
Yes. Yes, I apologise that they haven't yet. I am actually somewhat mortified and pissed off that is the case. I had a delivery yesterday while I was at headquarters of just a single packet with a t-shirt in it, and I was like, oh, somebody sent me a t-shirt. People sometimes send me cool t-shirts. And no, it was one of the GGBO t-shirts from the company asking to check something, but they will be shipping out imminently. And not bloody before time. Now, I'm not sure if you can actually see. Let's get that out of the way. But there's a crack here. You can't quite see it. Let's get these strings all out of the way.
Calm down, shush. Outside. Take it out.
I wonder what the beeping was. So that's what happens when the two puppies and the older dog Jasper get together. I'm not entirely sure. What are they barking at? And are you okay?
I'm okay. I just walked into a bit of wood. No,
Yeah.
don't trip over. It's just some jealousy. Having a bit of a scrap. Where did we get to? Bulgarian Evolution says only one crack. That is surprising how that holds up to humidity and temperature swings.
Wood is amazing. And that one crack occurred during the building process. That was there. Well, during the building process, basically the first time it was put on a wall hanger. The hanger rested on this part of the skeleton and just popped it off. So yeah, sucked. But hey, what can you do? So yeah, I did have some double-sided tape. And most of it actually didn't do anything. It was only being held on by one small little bit just there. So yeah, what can you do? I think we should change tack and become a carving YouTube account. Chainsaws and things. I think that was a no, everybody. Okay. Fine. Let's see. Let's have a look.
Do you need to get? Do you want a pipe cleaner or something? Do you need to get under there?
I'd rather. I don't need to, but we haven't so far. There we go. See?
Put it down somewhere very safe.
Just for the edit, let's get another shot. Well, yeah, the double-sided tape has not held up well, I must say. Put it somewhere safe.
Yeah, where are you going to put it?
Hang it off the plane.
There's some bubble wrap over there. I don't know where you want. Ah! No, you'll spin around and knock it off, and then everybody will cry.
It would be hilarious.
No, it wouldn't be hilarious. It'd be silly. Oh my god.
Who wants to see me make another one of these? Okay, so at this stage I've got a guitar. I didn't glue the nut in. I can't believe I didn't glue the nut in. I know I did. It just didn't stick. That's interesting. Okay, I've got a very dusty instrument at its heart that does need to be looked at. So yeah, this is the first thing, and the first time that this instrument has been taken apart since I built her. Beautiful, beautiful quilted sapele, otherwise known as pommel sapele. And yeah, there we go. That's the rag I was looking for. These segments here were put in to support the top. Now, I'm just going to get rid of the bulk of the dust with a delicate brush. What are the comments saying, Tanya?
Yes. So Joshua Valverde says me, as in yes, I want to see you build another one. Woodford Guitars me, lots of ease, and then even more ease from Bulgarian Evolution.
Cool.
Few no's.
That's because they care for me and
they don't want you to go through it.
Yeah.
Big unit, yes, 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 emphatically yes.
Okay, so it's broadly a yes.
Lisa Harshberg is saying, I want to see you make an upright electrical bass like that.
One day
so
maybe.
She can get hands on it.
This here is a slightly customized solid sycamore SRP kit from Crimson Guitars, and I asked them to make this body entirely out of the next piece of sycamore along in the plank from that one. So this bit of wood was next to this piece of wood, and my plan is, and this has been hanging on my wall for about 6 months or so, my plan is to take this and carve the entire thing into that, so there's not a body being hugged by a thing, it's just a thing that is the body. I think I could probably do something like that. Might take a while. What do you think, Tanya?
Don't know, you try.
Are you saying I'm trying? You're not answering. Okay, anyway, all joking aside, yeah, that's something that I have planned and would like to do. Okay, so dust, we're gone. Can you see how I'd actually misplaced the bridge a little bit? It's a little bit too far to the back. Yeah, I messed that up. I could plug and move it, but I'm not too worried, to be honest. Yeah, there's that. I've got some double-sided tape that's stuck to the top. Well, let's see. I don't think our finish cleaner is going to be particularly efficacious on that stuff. Oh, would you look at that? It actually is. It's not solvent based. I wasn't expecting it to do that. It's even more magical than I thought. Woohoo!
Mike Turner's got a question. Ben, I bought a Washburn acoustic guitar.
Yes.
Store owner told me that this guitar will sound better as time goes on. 16 years later, i.e. now, it sounds exactly the same. Thoughts?
Okay. So, yeah, the store owner was telling you something based on reality, and all the best lies are based on reality. But okay, so essentially, as a high-end acoustic with a nice, thin, delicate finish is played. Sorry, my phone was just flipping away. Sophie's sending me photos of... Oh, excuse me, people, I have to go. There's some new tools at headquarters, and I just don't love you as much as I love these. It's official.
You talking to me?
I mean, you think what you want to think. No, record 10.5, particularly rare plane. Welder's clamps, a beautiful Preston spoke shave, some other general bits and pieces, but yeah, some really nice tools just come in. Okay. So yeah, if you've got a nice thin finish on an acoustic guitar and it's got a well-made Sitka spruce top, and specifically Sitka spruce actually, or at least spruce, then as you the builder will leave the top just a little bit thicker than and as a result of that, the sound a little bit inhibited, because they know that with somebody playing it, the vibrations are going to change the physical characteristics of the wood, and it's not only the vibrations; it's where the instrument is kept, and the minerals and minerals etc. inside of the wood will crystallize and change and grow and solidify as the instrument develops. And it is a fact that a high-end classical guitar you'll have a professional concert guitarist who will have two instruments. One is the instrument that he gigs and plays in concert halls, but the other one is the practice instrument. He doesn't practice on the first one. He's breaking in for 5 years or more the practice instrument, and he plays that 8 hours, 10 hours a day, creating those vibrations and that and the characteristic of the wood, and it will develop over time, and at some point fall off the edge and become something else, and become too open and too loud. However, with a Washburn with a 2mm thick poly finish, etc., no, you're not going to notice the difference. So there we go. I don't know.
Okay, super chat from
Austerium, thank you very much for your support.
Yes, do another, as regards to the guitar, but with the alien exoskeleton. It's the most metal, beautiful guitar ever made, but us metal guys need a bridge pickup for the chugs.
For the chugs. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And yeah, the next one will have a pair of pickups, because it'll be designed around being a guitar rather than an art piece, as it were. So I'm using the Crimson Fretboard and Finish Cleaner, and I'm just giving it a good clean.
I need to go in about 5 minutes to do the scoring.
Okay. I suppose we do want that particular one back. He's cute, isn't he?
He's cute.
Takes after his mommy. Oh no, my tools are abandoning me.
I'm going to grab that dog.
She's very insistent, isn't she?
Just finishing up.
If anybody has a line on any quilted sapele of this quality that's big enough to make a guitar body, please let me know. I would very, very much like to buy some. I need to build myself a guitar with this, even if it's just a top, but with a full-on quilt that hasn't been stolen by veneer makers.
Dave says to be more metal, seed aluminium exoskeleton and trans black finish on the body.
Yes, but that takes all of the fun away from the carving. I mean, hell, I could actually carve the aluminium by hand.
Oh dear.
No?
You could.
I could. Should I?
Should you?
Yeah, I thought you were going there. Okay. Well, that's already looking a lot better. Just that part. Let's just hang that there. That was just oiled and has dried off too much.
Walt is asking, what do all the pegs do?
So the pegs are there to hold the exoskeleton suspended where it needs to be. It doesn't hug the body. Yeah, it needs more support. It was a bit too delicate. Who knew, eh? There's more double-sided tape there. Now on this whole instrument, funnily enough, the bit that really, really excites me isn't the exoskeleton. It's not the fact that that was so intricate and carved, etc. It's the neck. And instead of having a multi-laminate neck with a center section just going down the middle and being, I don't know, boring and middle of the road, I thought it would be fun to have a curved joint. And essentially I've got a curve that starts at these two sides and the wood is bent and goes like that. And that's not something that you will see pretty much ever on an instrument like this. And it's subtle and pointless. It serves no good purpose other than, that was a challenge. And nobody ever sees it because the guitar is hanging up on a wall frontwards. What can I do?
Well, I should go, really.
You should go. Okay,
Do you
well,
want me to pass you the computer, or are you going to come back and get it in a minute?
I'll come around and get that. I'm going to need to move my my Coke. So yeah, everybody say goodbye to Mrs. Bunn. Tonya, drive safe, and yeah, I'll see you later. I expect to be finishing not too long after you get back.
Okay, all right then.
Or at least finishing the streamy
Yeah.
bit of this. Now this is all going to be released as a video on the channel, maybe on Saturday, I don't know, just to advertise the show a little bit, but we'll see.
Alright, well have fun everybody. Good luck.
We will. It should go back together again.
Take that. Come on then. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll go get that computer, and you guys can look at this neck for a bit. What's that? Okay, so there's a super chat here from Ha Guitar. It says, "Hi Ben, I got an uncut kit from Crimson. Thank you very much. What bridge do you recommend? Would a Hans bridge fit without redrilling the string through holes?" That I do not know. The Hans bridge is very specific. You will need to email shop@crimsonguitars.com and talk to Sam, who will be able to tell you. It's standard through holes for a standard sort of hardtail bridge, which works with various different brands, but I'm not too sure on the Hans. But yeah, it's one of those things. Okay. All right, everybody's saying goodbye to Mrs. Bunn. That's fantastic. Just sort out the. Is this deciding to not be in focus? There we go. Where did I put it? Okay. Terry Love, anyone know any flute making channels? I want to see how all those keys are put together. Obsessed with flutes since I first heard Jethro Tull back in 1968. Okay, I don't know of any flute building channels, but yeah, I've known a few flute makers, so it should be something that is out there. Theobald Boehm is the person who invented the keying system, and Adolf Sax then took it over and adjusted it for saxophones. So yeah, maybe there's something out there. Okay, now this is fun. I can't believe there's 250 people currently watching me clean a guitar. Albeit a relatively pretty guitar. Yes, drilling all these holes in the guitar was problematic to me. Essentially, I had no real choice. I needed to support the exoskeleton so that the instrument could actually be played, and yeah, it was the only way. And it all actually comes down to the fact that I routed it to fit the body, and it ended up being a little bit too big and didn't fit as snugly as I had hoped. Everything moved and changed and spread apart, and here we are. Okay. Here we go. Of course, Tahoe Mike is suggesting broken wind. Yes, that is a damn fine. Very, 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 very good point. Okay, so this is that's the guitar itself basically cleaned. The pickup's looking good. That's all fine. Let's sort the fretboard out while we're about it. And now this isn't played very often, if at all, to be honest. Everybody's too scared to touch it, and they gasp when I take it off the wall. Frets are fine. Yep, that's fine. There's no point in continuing at that point. Now, cleaner. Let's move the cameras around. Okay, so the same rules apply. If anybody's got a burning question, send through a super chat and I will 100% answer that. This is now, we're slowing down. Tanya has gone off to pick up one of the children, and yeah, I'm on my own. So here we go. The big unit says he's tempted to go back and watch this build series again. Me too, although I would suggest do it on speed and a half. There was a lot of videos there. Joshua Valverde says, Bun, where are the other helping stream hands? My wife has just shot off to pick the child up, but I am thinking about doing more streams where there's a little bit less talking, and it'll be closer to the videos where I just talk about what I'm doing, and then every now and then check the chat and answer a question. So Rick the Natal says, I would have thought Ben would have glued that crack in the headstock exoskeleton by now. Nope, you're correct. The problem is that, and I did actually, I've done it twice, but without some significant support, it keeps on cracking because people at headquarters keep on moving it and putting it on guitar hangers that are not correctly modified beforehand, and it just keeps on getting broken. And yeah, what can you do? So there, I've cleaned the fretboard now. That's looking a lot better. And the next stage is going to have to be polishing, then a little bit more cleaning, because the frets are actually, they were just a little bit tarnished. So I'm going to go in straight with the superfine fret rubber here, buff away, and then a little bit more cleaner, and the fretboard restorative after the fact. So, superfine fret rubber. Every time. I think we should make these just a little bit bigger. Or maybe a little bit bigger. Taha Mark says, I rewatch the 6, 9 and 12 hour builds every so often. He can do it in one day. Lol. Could. He could do it in one day. I think, yeah, times have changed. Yeah, Webster, how you doing? Whoop. Paul Cook, you are hot on that. Well done. And thank you. Yeah, I'm losing all my things. Anyway. That's almost perfect. I'm going to go back and use a sharpening strop that's been impregnated with chrome polish. Where possible, I want it to go over 2 frets, just to keep it nice and supported. it wouldn't do too much damage to the fretboard if I slipped onto there, but enough that it's not ideal. Especially considering I don't currently have it masked off. Okay. With that, without that out of the way, it's back to a little bit of the fretboard and finish cleaner. The final pass. Now, I, for the life of me, can't remember what happened with this fretboard. I think it's actually varnish or lacquer or something, rather than an oil finish. And that's fine. I am going to put some fretboard restorative on there anyway, which is generally for oiled fretboards. And we'll see what happens. But, yeah. Living life on the edge. Oh, that's a bit nice. Okay, so Bulgarian Evolution is talking about how he just said thank you to everybody for supporting his GGBO. He's got lots of people watching, which is great. I haven't got to that one yet, but I'm looking forward to it. He also says what was that idea there? He's also had an idea. He wants me to build, to buy a wreck of a guitar and then renovate it on the channel, and I am going to be doing exactly that. Although not necessarily wrecks. I'm very interested. Let's go right back to the beginning. I'm going to talk while I apply a little bit more of this restorative. I grew up with nothing. Certainly not the ability to buy nice guitars, and now that I do, I don't really. Now that I could sort of afford to go out and buy the odd guitar, I don't really need to because I've gone and built this this thing. So anyway, trying to formulate a way of saying this that doesn't sound like I'm an arrogant prick lost up my own ass. We're working on a series of guitars at about a retail price of about £1,200, which is simply the cheapest that a UK guitar could ever be made at, and I'm very excited about that. But on top of that, I have come to the conclusion that through the raffle experiments that we've had over the past 6 months or so, predominantly due to GGBO, I've realised that there are people buying £10 worth of raffle tickets and ending up with a £5,000 guitar. And it's an incredible way to level the playing field, basically. Now, I'm fairly sure that if I bought, for example, a Paul Reed Smith or a Gibson Les Paul or something like that, that needed some work, and I personally got to experience the guitar for a while, and repaired it and played it for a little while, and then I could raffle that off. Somebody who buys £10 or £15 worth of tickets could get an instrument. I recoup the cost of the guitar so I can go and do it again. And that way, not only do we get interesting videos of, you know, repairs and restorations, and, you know, what I really want to do is buy interesting guitars and take them apart to the very core and say, okay, this is what the wiring looks like, this is what the pickups look like, you know, inside, this is the choice they've made, this is how thick the finish is. In fact, I really need to get a finished thickness tester sort of a thing. And then we have a video that goes into the absolute most in-depth parts of this guitar, and then I raffle it off. And that excites me. What do you think of that? Thank you, Ryan. Ryan's saying, I'm not arrogant, I've earned what you have. The next one is Paul Cook saying, relic the PRS. Those vids go well. Dave T says, at what point of fretwear would you need to refret? And would you refret the whole fingerboard or just the worn out frets? Always refret the whole fretboard unless you've got a particularly... unless you're absolutely certain that there's no wear and there is zero wear on the other ones, but generally it's just worth refretting the whole fretboard. And it's after, say, 3 or 4 level crowning and polishes, or maybe more, it's when the playability of the instrument is getting impaired that you need to refret. Okay, so that's that. That's our frets polished and looking nice. Our fretboard oiled, even though I think that is lacquered under there, but the oil has done some good stuff in any case. And I think I can now move on to the next stage of this, which is the exoskeletons. Yay! Yeah, I don't know. So this is This looks fairly delicate, but in reality it's best. It's fine. It's just a chunk of wood. So yeah, okay. That cloth is a little bit dirty. So I'm just going to brush everything out. As much as I possibly can. Funnily enough, the dust doesn't really show up on the flame maple. It shows up on the Zapedi horrifically, but on the flame maple it's like it doesn't exist. Okay. How nervous did that make you feel? Doug Hendrickson says, Ben, do you have one of your early ones that could go, that you could break down, go through what you did and didn't work and finish it to your current standard? I do have guitar number 1 actually, not completely built. It doesn't have hardware and all of that jazz, but yeah, that is a video that I'm interested in doing. Okay, now, let's just put that down. Let's get some tissue up. And fretboard and finish cleaner. Now that we've got the bulk of the dust off, I am going to go through and just clean. I've got some moth spotting in places and just bits and pieces. So yeah, at this point, send me questions, people. Terry Love is suggesting I use the masking tape and super glue trick to hold this down. I don't actually think it needs anything to hold it down. I've come to the conclusion over the years. Now the issue is masking tape does disintegrate over time and become solid, so I would worry about that. But I really, really, really am very, yeah. Squirting super glue over the top of this would fill me with anxiety. So yeah, I'm going to avoid that one. Okay, Fraser P says, what is the best way to get thick poly off of an old guitar? Buy a new guitar. No, heat is, in my opinion, the very, very best way. Unless you know somebody who has a dip tank for stripping paint off old doors and furniture and things like that, which is an effective way. I would say get a heat gun and apply gentle heat to the instrument. and the finish will come away with a paint scraper fairly easily. It's something that can go wrong. Don't set the guitar on fire, and if you apply too much heat you can sort of compromise the glue joints, etc. But yeah, it's definitely the best way to do it. I've used scrapers in the past, I have used sanders in the past, and if it's a flat top body, putting it through a big belt sander, that's your best thing. But sanding something down by hand, not fun. Scraping it by hand, even less fun. Yeah. Burn it. This isn't that delicate. Whoops. Old strings should go straight in the bin. There we go. That can just pop straight on and stay there. I think that's all I really need. Okay. Well, let's have a look at this then. So I've joined this crack together in the past. So that's the issue there. I think that what I'm going to have to do is super glue it back together and then put some strong tape on the back. Needs to be thin, but yeah, I think we can do that. So I'm going to put the guitar back in the case for now, keep it out the way. Hold on, it's my son calling me. Hello, you're on the live stream, by the way. Be quick. Just shush him up. I'll have a look at the game and I'll speak to you in a bit. Goodbye. So I have to approve various requests and things for their phone because, you know, parenting. Oh, fair enough. Approve. There we go. Okay. Alrighty, so, well, that's interesting. Let's see if we can fix this. Let's see if we can fix this headstock thing while we're going about things. Yeah, let's have a look at the chat. Magnets. No, magnets, not great. Basically, it's not required, is the thing. There's, I think the magnets, if I'd first conceived of that way, I would have done it with magnets. Magnets would have been fine. But it turns out that they're just there for support. It's fine. Lock clips to the bottom of that exoskeleton and face of the guitar. That would be great. And again, after the build, people suggested that to me, and I was like, "Ooh, I didn't know those things existed." But anyway. So here's what the issue is. Now I've cleaned that a few times. I've glued that together a few times with super glue. So what I want to do is just sand a little bit off. That should do nicely. Okay, now I've got double-sided tape on the inside of that. Let's get rid of that. I'm tempted to drill a hole in there and a hole in there and have a piece of wire joining it. What do you think? Okay. Let's see what we've got. It would need to be inlaid flush inside the instrument. I've got some chunky 2mm thick copper wire, which is just too big. That's all I've really got, to be honest. Okay. I've got some fairly delicate sections of mother of pearl here, left over from another build. It could just be glued over the end there, but in the end I think just a little piece of veneer or even sandpaper would do the job fine. In olden times, you would repair a violin joint by gluing, using hide glue and canvas or vellum over a joint. And I'm just going to do basically that. We'll super glue together, and I will glue a piece of white veneer, which I'm going to have to go and have a look at the back of the workshop for, in place. That is, if I have any white veneer. I don't think I do. Well, paper it is then. Okay, so just a Crimson Guitars plan. This is the PRS Custom 22. Just for fun, this is the piece of paper that I found first. So I'm going to take a corner off that. No, I'm not. There you go. That'll do. Whoa, I've got some new super glue to try. I'm going to try the new super glue. So this is a new company called O3 Adhesives, and yeah, they came up to me at the at Maker Central with this super thin. No, wait, that's medium. Okay, the medium feels like thin to me. The thin is super thin. And the thick looks like a medium. And there's a black. Okay, so, well, I want to use... Yeah, I'll use what they call the medium, we'll see. It comes with some wicking tips, doesn't it? Yes. Oh, come on. Ooh. That's not a wicking tip, that's just... okay. And... nice. It's got wicking tips and normal tips. What's the best place to try a brand new glue that you've never used before? If not on a super expensive guitar that you've spent huge amounts of time building. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, let's have a just look through some questions quickly. Glue joint, then a bit of canvas soaked in super glue over it. That's essentially the thing. I don't have any canvas here, but yeah, paper will do the job nicely. Stick your finger to your forehead. Fingers. Parchment works very well. Okay. Anyway, I'm good. I'm going to do the super glue. Oh, this accelerator as well. I don't particularly like accelerators that come in a pressurized can like that. But we'll see. Apparently these are particularly non-blooming super glues, which is good. Okay, and then actually I shouldn't have accelerated that, should I? Right, well, I mean, be glued. So I'm going to cut away the excess. I do think the canvas would have been better, but, well, I know canvas would have been better. Oh, damn it. Nope, I just negated the whole thing by cutting through the bit where it joined up. Right, so no, that's not good enough. How embarrassing. Okay. Fabric. Actually, my sandpaper's on some fairly hefty paper that would do quite nicely. Alright, I'm just wandering around the workshop, just looking about, seeing what I've got. This is a repair that I wasn't planning on doing today. I'm going to go back to my original idea. I've just found... Yes. Alright. There we go. I'll knock the computer off. Okay, so here we go. I've got some small copper wire. I'm going to drill a hole partly into both sides, into either side, and then essentially make a section of wire that holds the whole thing together. Yeah. Let's do that. Stephen Keane says, inlay some carbon fibre across. Joshua says, Bun, how about filling the crimson logo? That would fix it. Does Mrs. Bun have a nail repair kit? That stuff is practically fiberglass from Tahoe Mike. Guitar string super glue to that area. That's a very good idea, and essentially what we've done. What I'm going with, pin drill and toothpick. This is from Bulgarian. Bulgarian also says use those annoying tags from the salespeople put in your shirts. Those things never break, which is a fair point. Okay, I think I've actually got the right size bit here in this little pin vise. One and a bit. A little bit less. Let's run a quick test. Not quite. Where, oh where have all the good men gone? Okay. Okay. It'll do nicely. Okay. Now, I'm not sure I would have even considered this if I hadn't been watching videos over the last few years of people restoring ceramics. And, you know, museums and things use this technique to hold together pots that are damaged. And there we have it. So I'm not going to bother inlaying it. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to, now that it's fitted, put some super glue in there. And be done. And I'm going to use the thick stuff from O3 adhesives and see how that works. In fact, the easiest way for me to do this is the easiest way to do this is just to spooge a dot of it on there. That is quite thick actually. Nice. Whoops. No. I think I heard a crack, but it didn't. Or at least it's immediately gone back to being whole. Yeah, there we go. Hi, everybody. How's it going? People talking about bots. Okay, so that's still... So they've been reported now, that should be good. Alrighty, everybody. We're running out of time. Oh, I hate this computer. Stephen Keane says, always impressed with the precision of your work when eyeballing it. That's all that all of this is eyeballing, seriously. Most builders and makers... Well, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's thin stuff has just bloomed a little bit. The thin stuff, it's the medium. Okay, so here's a trick. When using super glue, I tend to wait 20 or 30 seconds. If it's something that matters and it's something that could potentially be visible, then if you don't have to use accelerator, cool, don't use accelerator. If you have to use accelerator, then apply the super glue and then wait 30 seconds or so before you use the accelerator. And that, yes, I am using Fretboard and Finish Cleaner to clean crap off my fingers. So here we go. Okay, so this is a child entering. Please don't walk on that guitar. Oh boy, of mine. Also, this is a live stream, so don't say anything silly. I would love a cup of tea if you fancy making one. Problem is the kettle doesn't exist, does it? Okay, fine. Alright, yet another reason to end the stream soon enough. But yes, so super glue won't bloom if you leave it long in between tasks. So here's where we have ended up with. There's a copper pin there. It's a little bit sticky uppy, but I don't think that's going to be an issue for long term. People saying hi, Orson. Steve Butcher says, won't the wire scratch the face of the head? To a certain extent, potentially, but I'm not worried about it since there's no movement in these things. It's going straight down. I actually considered just cutting an inlay channel into the headstock, into which that can go, which might need to be done. We shall see though. That's inlay stuff. Yeah, my workshop is an absolute tip right now. This is my first day back in the workshop after the show, and frankly, preparing for the show has caused no end of trouble. I haven't built any guitars. for a while, apart from some work at Crimson. And what I really need to do is take a break, tidy the workshop, finish building that, and get moved into the new area. So that's not going to happen for a little while, I don't think. Okay. So that's good. Where's camera 2? Yeah. So from this side it is a little bit obvious. I mean, it's not really going to be an issue. Most people don't see it from this side in any case. So that's now raised. We've got our crack repaired. It was there. And it hasn't opened up. I'm going to file that down a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that thick. It really doesn't. So here, I'm just take it off at an angle. I've got the delicate piece supported by 2 fingers. And then at this point, yeah. Nice. Tipex over it, that's from Steer and TV. Matt Lang says could glue some sawdust in to hide it. That is a good point. Matt also said could get Orson to totally trash it, so you have to tidy up. Trash the workshop or trash the guitar? I'm not sure what you were talking about there. Orson's actually a fantastic tidier, so yeah, he would enjoy helping me tidy up, to be honest. That's much thinner. Much thinner, okay. Vincent van der Vaart says, would you ever sell that? No, I don't think so. It crosses my mind every now and then, but to be honest, as a guitar, it's not really worth that much. As a piece of art, yeah, I'd sell it for maybe 20,000, or at least 20 to 30,000 is a number that I've said that I would consider in the past. But I don't. I think that as something that people have seen come together, it's worth more to me seeing people's faces when they meet in person. So this is one of those things that I'm going to keep, and it's going to come. It's just going to be part of my world for the rest of time. And there we go. Now this is going to oxidize over time and become more wood-like, but in the same way that the Japanese kintsugi is the thing. They believe that the repair should be obvious, as it's part of the history of the item, and this is part of the history of this guitar, and we normally make repairs invisible in guitars if we can, but yeah, the evidence is there, and I'm fine with it. Now the really annoying thing is that the next time somebody puts this on a guitar stand that hasn't been prepared properly for it, it's going to compress these two things and it's going to break somewhere else. But hey, what can you do? Nice. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I really am. Andre Silva says, is Bobby Duke in the Invitational? I actually didn't get any time to spend with Bobby Duke this weekend. I saw him a grand total of twice. I was incredibly busy myself, and he was either surrounded by a chunk of people or hiding somewhere, and I didn't know where the hiding place was, so yeah, no, I didn't get any time with him to ask. His management are particularly difficult to get a hold of as well, for that matter, so no, as much as I would like to have him in it, I don't think that he's gonna. Last Makers, he did say that he was very, very interested in building a guitar with us, and at that point we hadn't founded Great Guitar Build-Off yet. Okay, so I'm just going to put a dot of super glue here for the nut. Should do nicely. Okay, and it's time for strings. Where's that bridge gone? There we go. There we go. So people were really shouty when I designed this guitar, because they didn't think that there was any way that I was going to be able to restring it, because the tailpiece ended up having to be underneath and through and around the exoskeleton, but that's just part of it. The whole plan for this instrument was that it was going to be an alien thing subsuming the guitar. It wasn't supposed to have been designed to be played, essentially. It was grown. Tanya, how are you?
I'm okay. Do you want a cup of tea?
So desperately.
Yes.
I mean, so desperately.
Me too. Okay, I'll go do that. Are you wrapping up, are you?
Yeah, I'm about to string up, and then we'll see how she sounds. Could be interesting.
Okay.
This is one that you don't put on a strap. But
No.
yeah, we're getting there.
Okay.
Well,
I don't think Byron's going to make his swimming lesson, but if I can get Orson to his in a bit.
Why not?
Well, I can't do Byron's lesson today, so...
Okay. Okay.
So he'll be alright, but if I can get Orson to his in another half an hour...
Yes, I'll be done by then.
Yeah, okay.
Fantastic. I forgot what day it was. So those puppies get super excited. Now, questions. Body mount hanger. Yes. Wooden collar to protect it on the wall hanger. Yes, that's the thing. The problem is they keep on changing what hanger it's on. To be honest, what I really need to do is what I've kind of been trying to avoid, but I need to get a display cabinet and put it in a display cabinet, and it stays in there. It doesn't get dusty, it doesn't get touched, it doesn't get moved by random people, and I've never wanted anything I've made to be that special, you know? But yeah. Gosh. Okay, that is how not quite with it I am. I've just put the string on backwards. I think that's the first time I've done that in a long time. Thinking about swimming lessons and comments and stuff. That's insanely silly, Benjamin Crow. Come on. Okay, so generally I put the string on. For the higher ones, I'll wrap it around a few times, 3 times, and then put it through, lock it off, keep it under tension, and then tighten her up. Okay, now I'm going to change the camera angle. We do still want that, actually, come to think of it. So let's move this over here. Now, yeah, we're nearly there. And I push the winds down, the string goes through over the top, pull that tight, it locks it in place, and here we go. Thank you very much. It's that camera.
Do you want to? You alright?
Hells yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, obviously that tuning is way off, but hey. So I'm using D'Addario XLs at the moment, and every single string has got a color-coded ball end. And some girl at the guitar show was absolutely intrigued by my Infinity Stones strings, and yeah, it was funny. She was going around showing or telling all of her friends about my Infinity Stone strings, which, yeah, cool. I'm never going to forget. I'm always going to think of Infinity Stones now when I string up with these. Something else that I'd forgotten is I need to oil and reinstall the truss rod adjustment. Ha! Toby D. Ben, don't forget the truss rod cover. And this one goes all the way under there. If you over tighten them for a bit, they stretch a bit, which is good. Last string. Come on. Nope, maybe not. curve that I put on it to get up through the bridge end was the wrong curve for the tuner end. But we got that sorted now. So you only really need a turn and a half on the base side. I've somewhat over-egged the pudding there. Nicely done. Vincent's asking about the watch. Yeah, I'm really lucky. Seamaster Black. I'm reducing my watch collection, and this is one of the ones that I want to keep. I'm putting the tuner on the tuning key. It's actually working. Okay, we're roughly in tune, and I'm just going to stretch the strings again. If you've been watching all day, you are fully aware of this process now. This is guitar 3, and again, this guitar is not going to be played very much at all, sadly. But and I think that's the last time I'm ever going to build a guitar that can't and won't be. Even the next version of this. But if somebody strums it, at least I want it to be in tune and to look like it could be played. And it could, you know, a delicate player who's sitting and not windmilling away. This could be absolutely fine. Orgonia Evolution asks how many people have cut both the waste string and the good string when snipping excess. I have, although the worst time it happened to me was when I was very poor, had saved up to buy a set of strings, and somebody else had come to snip the excess away and had taken my brand new string with him. It's always worse when it's somebody else's fault, isn't it? Come on. Oh, we've got a super chat. Terry Love, thank you very much. Is a guitar that's not played still a guitar? Good question. Yes. Yes, I do believe it is. Okay, there we go. Let's put that back where it's supposed to be. Okay, a little bit of high build guitar finishing oil. Oops. Slippery when wet. How many of you have tools made out of the same wood as this guitar? We did a very limited run using the waste and the offcuts and the excess from this of Crimson Guitar's lutherie tools using this wood. Andre Silva replies and says, I would dare say a tree is a guitar that has yet to be made. I like it. Beth McKellar says Paul Needs has to play sitting down since his spinal injury. Not hinting or anything. Barry Christian, if a complication gets strummed in the woods, does it make a sound? Yeah, £50 a set bass players. We do need to feel sorry for them. Okay. There is that. Not that. I actually dropped my screwdriver earlier. So we'll go to a plastic handle one. There we go. All right. Just for fun. Need to learn how to play guitar. Oh, let's put that off. So that's very, very awkward. It does need to be played properly sitting down. Certainly needs to stretch the strings a little bit more. Oh no. Alright. Tuny, 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 McTunison. Stretchy, stretchy, those stringsy. Outison. Oh my god. Not enough. Ah, I've got tea. Well, what do you guys think? It's an okay sound. It's an interesting guitar. It could be played, but with difficulty. I both love this guitar and hate it. I love the fact that it's being watched by so many people. This is one of the biggest video I ever did was the second part of the super edit of this. Like nearly 3 million people have watched that, and that's incredible to me. But it's with mixed feelings. It's a guitar that isn't played very much, if ever, and people are too scared to touch it, and that is not what I'm about. It never has been. I don't even know. Well, I do know. I wanted to show off, and that's what it has given me is mixed feelings. But yeah, I had my microphone off. There we go. Fukami says, with Ben forgetting everything, I hope he doesn't forget the time. Nope, I am running. I'm coming to an end. I'm going to finish drinking this. Questions, comments, criticisms. Paul Dean says, yeah, the last two guitars have both had only a neck pickup. Frankly, I like jazz, I like neck pickups. And obviously not very good at slide guitar. But also the design of both of those guitars sort of required it. and that's there. It's design. It's aesthetics over functionality in this case. Now I'm going to get some B-roll and get some close-ups of this guitar just for fun, and then I'm going to call it a day. So if you have any more questions, then speak now or forever hold your peace. Sorry, the tripod's getting caught up on open doors behind me. And there we go. Alright, Sawdust Passion says it's an awesome guitar, you should be proud, thank you very much. I am. Torn, but proud. Everybody's saying good night. Cameron Gore's looking for a standing number 5 or 7. He doesn't see any on the Vintage Tool Shop site. What's the full name and model so I can find it better? Seriously, number 5 or 7 is it. The problem is they sell so quickly. Please send an email through shop@crimsonguitars.com. I have a number 7 with your name on it. It is currently rusty and needs restoration, but I'm happy to set it aside for you. Please let Safi know that I said that, and we will organise to have that sorted. Fukami says that workshop needs some cleaning. No shit. I've hardly been in it for a couple of weeks and it is an absolute tip. I'm building the extension as well, which is just making it worse at the moment. Matt Lang says those holes on the side give me fear. Maybe you have trichophobia? There's an actual phobia of irregularly shaped holes, which this triggers apparently. So there we go. Melted Wheelie Bin says the saddles are very way back. Any intonation issues? Yes, I put it in the wrong place in all the chaos of building the guitar back then. I miscalculated that. I could put lighter strings on it because hey, it's not getting played, but it is evidence of my own fallibility, as if these head tattoos do not constantly serve to the exact same purpose. Terry Love says that bodywood is so pretty it's almost a shame it's covered by the exoskeleton. I absolutely agree with you. I do want to build another guitar with Pommel Sapili for myself that doesn't have this thing going on. Ipsong says, if you can't find the Perfectionist book, I will send it to you. Thank you very much. Ask me again next week. I'm going to have a look at it, look for it. If it's on, if it is on Audible, I will find it. Sorry. Thomas Carroll says, if I were to attempt to make my version of the Complication, I would try to find a way to make the exoskeleton smaller than the body, so it looks like it's contracting or absorbing the body. That would be amazing. That would be incredible. That would be great. All right, everybody. Well, look, I'm going to say thank you very much for your support. This has been a 5.5 hour live stream, and I've done about half of what I was expecting to. So, yeah, it is what it is. Okay. This guitar is now ready for the show. I am going to be at the new Bingley Hall in Birmingham this weekend. That is the 7th and 8th Hell, it's my birthday. Come and visit me on my birthday in Birmingham. And the Complication will be there. The Bog Oak and Gold guitar will be there. Bob will be there. Among... Let's not pull that out. Hold on. The amp's still on. We've got it. There we go. So yeah, this guitar will be at the guitar show in Birmingham this weekend, and if you're available, I would love to meet you and see you there. I'll make sure she's in tune by then. In the meantime, if you can't make it, at the very least, promise me you will be in the workshop making sawdust. I'll see you guys soon. Oh, look at that! Isn't she great? The guitar's okay. The wood is incredible. Click like, subscribe, make guitars. All good. I'll see you soon. Everybody's saying, I wish I could be there. Bye bye bye, I like that. Yes, Cody the Roadie, I think that would be a great idea. Straight mic stand to replace the tripod. Paul, have a good evening. Okay, everybody, goodbye. I love you. Have a good evening. Oh, I clicked the wrong way. There we go. Cheerio.